Excuse me? Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Today we have a very exciting session, and I'm glad to see so many people, so many enthusiastic people for a very timely topic. Today we'll discuss spreading excellence and crossing the innovative divide. I say this is timely in a sense because we all realize that currently progress is being made within Europe. But have we done enough? So some of these questions will be raised today in this session, examining how some of the different member states are going to achieve this concept of excellence, as well as bridging the innovation divide. So I'd like to welcome our special guests, the Commissioner, as well as the Minister, to this event. This is one of the official events from the Slovak presidency, from the Council of the European Union. So we're really grateful for the funding that was given out from the Commission for the presidency itself. The other thing that would be important to mention is that we're going to be using the Slido tool. So many of you may be familiar with it, and for those of you who are not familiar with it, it's slido.com, so it should be indicated on the screen how to use this and what the website is. So the idea behind this is that you can, of course, raise questions for the speakers, and we also have an interactive session with the speakers through microphone. For Slido, the hashtag for Slido is SECID 2016, so that will get you in. It'll also be posted on Twitter, and this event itself is web streamed. So without further ado, I'd like to raise the first question, if we can have it up here, as we'd like to know, where are you all coming from? We'd like to have an idea of the audience members themselves. So if we can please post the plenary session number 1. The point of this is to get you started. So here we have a simple breakdown. It'll get you started with Slido. This will enact this process and get us engaged and also know who we are exactly. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the Ministry of Education, Science, Research and Sports from the Slovak Republic. Petr Plavčan. Please, Petr.
Thank you very much. Dear Commissioners, dear Carlos, dear Robertian, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Slovak Presidency of the Council of the European Union at this conference. This is the only research and innovation conference that is not taking place in Slovakia, but in Brussels. Our intention was to bring the topic which is important for many member states to the capital of the European Union. The timing of this event is also very good. The European Commission has just opened the interim evaluation on the Horizon 2020. We have had first experience with the widening instrument ERA chair, twinning, and the first phase of the teaming. Commissioner Moedas will officially announce the winners of the teaming projects today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important reasons why we are meeting here today is to find out the solution for the challenge. How to increase research and innovation capacities and participations of the institutions from the countries and regions that are leaving behind. We shall discuss the role of European institutions in this process, but also the role of research institutions universities and companies, both from Euro 15 and EU 13 countries. Crossing between them is crucial for building a coherent and competitive European research area. As you know, the main topic of our presidency is support of talents and young researchers. This is very good connected to this conference because in reality we are talking not about present but about future of our young people. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a great experience today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Minister, for your brief words. Next up is a welcome speech from the Commissioner Moedas. Let's welcome the Commissioner to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you very much, Minister Plavčan, my dear friend Peter. Also, I see here the President of the European Research Council, Professor Bourguignon, Director General Robert Jan Smits, somewhere over there, hiding, but he's there. And all of you, thank you so much. You know, yesterday, when I was preparing to come here, I was thinking about everything I've been doing in the last year or so, and about the trips I've done. And 2 weeks ago, I had the great pleasure to be with Peter in Armenia. We went there for a science ministers meeting of the Eastern neighborhood countries. And the meeting was the first of its kind, a very important development for science in the region. But what I wanted to tell you today was that something else came up that day. We went to Yerevan, we met with the ministers in these typical meetings where ministers talk and they try to listen to each other, but sometimes they can't. And during that trip, as part of the event, I went to visit a center called TUMO, and Center for Creative Technologies in Yerevan. TUMO is like a drop-in center for school children that allows them to experiment with digital technologies and creativity. But I had the feeling that I was getting into something very special in the middle of Yerevan. No child was forced to go to this center, but I saw them queuing at the entrance with really a glint in their eyes. The children do not receive at the end of that any kind of diploma. They instead receive a portfolio of capabilities, of things that they can do. And the way they do it is extraordinary. Children come there and they just tell the people, the teachers, what they love. And then they go on workshops finding what they really love to do. And on that they have a roadmap where they will create projects. Some of them create companies. And some of them exploit their fears. The fears of things that they love but they cannot express because they are too much inside of them. And it was the most amazing thing I've seen in my life. And I've seen a lot. I've seen these in the Silicon Valley, but this was much better. It was in Yerevan and in Armenia. And now you tell me why I'm telling you this story. I'm telling this because I'm a strong believer that excellence exists in every country. And there's no country that I've been that I haven't seen the top of excellence. And our job as policymakers is to cherish that excellence wherever it is. It's to find the excellence and nourish it, to support it, to make it a center of international excellence. And my trip to Yerevan just reinforced that same idea, that wherever I go in Europe, outside of Europe, in the world, I always find these centers of excellence, things that are unique in each country. So I'd like to thank the Slovak presidency for organizing a conference on an incredible, important topic, spreading excellence and crossing the innovation divide. At the start of this important event, I would like to talk to you about really 3 points. The first is why building excellence in all member states is important. I think this is the first question we have to ask as policymakers. Why is this critical for Europe's future? The second is what are the challenges of building that excellence? And third, some specific actions that I will introduce to help countries address these challenges. So let's start by why is this important? Why are we here today? One of the major political and economic challenges all countries are facing is growing inequalities. Globalization decreased poverty, but increased inequalities. And if you look at the work of the OECD, like the future of productivity, you see that you have been increasing productivity in the frontier companies, in the very good companies, but the rest is stagnant. And so the gap is increasing, and so inequality is increasing. And then you look at other works, not just OECD, but the works of Daniel Roderick, one of my favorite economists. And he did a work on productivity showing that in the ICT sector, productivity is growing. But then you look at the other sectors, like the health sector, the government services sector, and in the last 10 years, overall, it has been quite stagnant. So in one way, you have a matrix where you have productivity coming up on the very good firms, but not the diffusion, the trickling down of that to other companies is not happening. And then you also have a problem that is actually staying in a very specific sector, and it's not going to the other sectors. And so what you see is that you see cities, regions, and sectors where companies are located, the very good ones that are powering ahead. But other regions or sectors are not benefiting from these. And why is it happening? And I think there's 2 constraints. There's one constraint at the demand side and a constraint in the supply side. And what you see in the demand side is that we are at a tipping point where you're finally getting this productivity out of ICT, of technology, to all the other sectors. And that's good news. So the constraint on the demand side, which is this diffusion of productivity from the ICT to all the other sectors, the health sector, the education system, is happening. And so that's good news. But the bad news is that on the supply side, you don't see that happening because you need capital, which is one of the constraints that we'll talk today, and skills. How do you produce the skills of people that will find jobs that do not exist yet? It's probably not the same way we used to do it. So this lack of diffusion feeds inequality, which has a huge cost for all of us. It translates into wasted resources, wasted talent, and wasted potential. Research and innovation is key to overcoming these gaps. You look at the demand side and you think, so how do I get the diffusion from the ICT to health or to education? Through research and innovation, through the projects that are here today. That's how you do it. How do you go in terms of capital, in terms of skills? You need the capital, but if you want to build the skills, you need research. So we need to feed the pipeline of talent and ideas and help them diffuse far and wide, ensuring excellence is present in all EU member states. Because I'm talking about sectors that are not doing the right diffusion. I'm talking about regions, cities versus the countryside, And this gap is because there's no diffusion in productivity. So encouraging openness so that knowledge and ideas and people will follow. In our conference today, we are discussing what can be done through programs such as Horizon 2020. So my worry every morning is thinking, what is Horizon 2020 doing about it? About this diffusion of productivity. And then I can explain to people why is it important that we're today here discussing widening. Because widening is the definition of that diffusion of knowledge, of productivity, from the ones that are at the top to the ones that are on the ladder to excellence. So what we are discussing here today is productivity. We call it widening, which is the tool that we have to solve this gap in terms of productivity. And so instead of going out there and talking about widening as a concept that most of the people outside of this room don't know what it is, I think we should focus on saying that we are trying to solve one of the major problems of globalization today, which is to solve the productivity gap so we have less inequality. And that's what widening, teaming, and all our tools are doing. So one of the questions that I asked myself since becoming a commissioner of science is why some countries get so much more impact from their spending on research than others. And am I talking just as much about scientific impact or as about economic impact? And I'm convinced that the answer lies in the national research and innovation systems. They vary widely. So one of the first challenges for countries with low levels of excellence is to introduce reforms to their systems. And this is never easy. People don't want change. People want a better life, but they don't want change. It requires a good diagnosis of the system. It requires a process to reach agreement between the different actors, and requires expertise and persistence to implement reforms. Then, of course, there's the varying degree of investment. But the newer member states, we have given a big opportunity to build excellence. The European Structural and Investment Funds, as you know, are putting 100 billion euros into research and innovation. But to make sure these resources actually translate into progress, countries will need to connect the islands of excellence to the network of international excellence. And my example of Armenia, of Yerevan, is exactly that. How do you connect that center of excellence to other centers of excellences in other parts of the world? And perhaps most important of all, countries need to attract talent. The best researchers and innovators are international mobile. If countries are not able to offer attractive opportunities, the most talented will leave the country. And we are doing an amazing job, and that's one of the reasons I'm happy that Jean-Pierre Bourguignon is here, because I think the ERC is also doing a great share of that, of getting the talent into every country. So what do we have to address this issue? What can we do? Horizon 2020, as you know, is the largest research and innovation program. It's a unique program which funds complex collaborations across nations. It is a program that already produced a lot of excellent science and innovation, which drives prosperity, and it will continue to bear fruit in the future. And I'm very proud of it. We should not compromise on excellence. Researchers must know that they have been awarded the Horizon 2020 project because they are the best, not because the country they live in. This focus on excellence is even more important in countries with the lowest levels of science, because it creates a sense of proudness, of pride that you made it, that you are part of Horizon 2020 because you're the best. No one is making you a favor. And that, for me, is essential for science, that people feel that is meritocratic. So the role of Horizon 2020 is not to compromise on excellence, but to multiply it and diffuse it across the EU. A lot has been done, and I've been the witness of that. Horizon 2020 allocates more than 800 million euros through the spreading of excellence and widening participation pillar to help boosting excellence. And it is a great start, but I want to go further. And I want to go further exactly because of this point of productivity, this point of growing inequality. There will be an important debate in the coming months with the interim evaluation of Horizon 2020. But today I already like to announce some practical measures that the Commission will take into account and that we will do. And that those measures will be in terms of national reforms, investments, and attracting talent. The 3 points that I think are essential to understand our constraints. At the beginning of my speech, I said that we had a demand-side constraint and we had several supply-side. And the supply-side constraints are capital, and so that's why we're doing something about investment, are about skills, and that's why we're going to do something about attracting talent. And third, they are also about the national systems because they are the structure that actually can make it happen. So, first of all, let's talk about the national reforms. And I'm pleased to see that many member states acknowledge the necessity of upgrading their national research and innovation systems. Of course, also here, you can count on my full support. Precisely for this, we have launched something that I think is one of the best instruments we have in our DG, which is called the Policy Support Facility. Countries like Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and Malta have already benefited from the support, and I think that they can, better than I do, tell you how good it is as positive Europe. You know, I always saw Europe as a resource, as something where I can get knowledge to do my job when I was in my national government. And the policy support facility is exactly that. It's about countries not telling countries what to do, but telling countries, look, if you're going to do this, let me give you the examples of other countries that did it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it didn't. It's your choice, but you can really look into what we're doing. So I believe that we should set a target here. And that was what I really wanted to announce today in terms of this first pillar. We want to set a target that all the EU 13 countries should benefit from this policy support facility by 2020. This is, of course, up to the national governments to request the policy support facility. I'm going to just be the salesman, but the Commission will support all of these requests. And I think this has been an amazing experience for all of the countries that have tried it, to see, to benchmark, to see what to do, what not to do, what to try, and how to think. Secondly, we will beef up and optimize investments in excellence. Teaming actions have had an enormous impact, supporting the creation of new upgraded centers of excellence in winding countries. If you want to see what success looks like, just look around. And Peter, we just said hi to these 10 teaming winners of the latest teaming call that are here today. Congratulations. I mean, you are exactly working on the problem that we've been discussing here today, and you're doing because you're excellent. So, cost, and Angeles, she's here, twinning, era chairs have been in very high demand, and we know that they bring excellent results. And as you may know, the Commission is proposing to give an additional 400 million euros to Horizon 2020. This is our proposal to the Parliament and to the Council. And of course, this is still under discussion in the Council and the European Parliament, so I should restrain from any kind of comment or to give you any specific number. But what I can tell you, and I think that Angeles from COST was asking me this morning what would this money be about. So, and I told her that I would say that in the speech. I mean, my top priority for this additional 400 million that we have proposed, let's see where the Parliament and the Council get to, will be the widening actions. These will be the top priority. We will have to divide whatever we have in different areas, but the top priority for me is these widening actions. So Horizon 2020 is an excellent program, but it can only go so far. And so we have to look at other ways. We have to think out of the box. And structural and investment funds play an important role in fostering research and innovation investments in EU 13 countries. EU 13 states have earmarked a lot of resources to science and innovation in the current programming period. And this is very encouraging. But I want to achieve more on these synergies between the structural funds and Horizon 2020 to boost the impact of both funds. And a midterm review of Horizon 2020 will present a useful avenue for doing so. We have seen a lot of success with the Seal of Excellence, for instance. Nobody at the beginning believed that this would be a reality. People would tell me that working in between the structural funds and Horizon 2020 was something that people had tried before me. And we said, let's try at least, and we tried the Seal of Excellence. And since the launch of this year, we were able to give 3,000 to 3,000 SMEs a Seal of Excellence. That means that those 3,000 SMEs that were not able to get funding from us, but they were excellent, they have a certificate signed by myself and my colleague Corina Crezzo as a proof of excellence that they can get the money from the structural funds, from national funds, or from other sources. And an increasing number of countries and regions are recognizing the Seal of Excellence in their funding programs. This is not always easy. Some regions have faced obstacles with the state aid rules, and we're working on that, so we will soon publish new guidance to overcome this obstacle. But building on this progress, I am happy to announce today that we will extend this. You know, some people that got the Seal of Excellence was very interesting because some of the others that didn't get it because they actually got the funding, they came to us saying that they also wanted a Seal of Excellence. And I think that it's becoming a brand and it's become something that really works. So we will extend the Seal of Excellence, and the idea is that the new areas we will apply the Seal of Excellence will be the European Research Council, and Jean-Pierre Bourguignon, thank you so much for that, and the teaming instrument. So what we're going to do is that we're going to just get this idea of the Seal of Excellence, not just to the SME instrument, but now we can have it also in the European Research Council and in the teaming instrument. This is something that I'm very proud, and I think it took a lot of effort, but now is working and it's part of the plan. And lastly, I would like to tell you about the steps we're taking to help the EU 13 to attract talent. If we want to attract higher participation in Horizon 2020 from widening countries, we have to make sure that the rules do not pose any obstacles. And in most cases, I can see that simplifications introduced in Horizon 2020 have really helped. I mean, if you ask countries, they say that Horizon 2020 is simpler than most of the national programs. So we really simplified Horizon 2020. And if you look at the number of newcomers, you see that we are almost at 50%. So the rules of simplification worked. But one of the changes in the rules for Horizon 2020 has not worked. And the provisions for additional remuneration, the so-called bonus of 8,000 euros, is leading to problems. And we have to recognize that. I'm always look at myself as someone that I tell what I think, I recognize when we do things that don't work, and so we can fix it. So in some countries, the impact of the bonus is negative. I've been in Romania not long ago, and the researcher told me, look, this is reducing my salary. So for researchers, there, when they take part of Horizon 2020, they're better off doing their national program. And I said, so this is really the opposite of what we want. This is the opposite impact that was intended, because when people did it, they didn't do it to have these unintended consequences. They thought they were doing the right thing, and they did the right thing in 99% of the cases, but on this case, it's not working. So it has created a problem that did not exist before, and I'm very concerned with this negative impact that seems to be greatest from countries with the lowest level of participations. So this is a critical issue, and I'm committed, and I think that everybody has been working very hard in the services. And I want to thank my Director General, because he has been really pushing to the limit the services to solve this problem. And I really want to make sure that nobody is worse off as a result of taking part of Horizon 2020. It's as simple as that. And we will solve it. So I'm open to all solutions. When I say this, it looks like, I mean, we have been working on this for a long time. So I'm open to all solutions, because we've been looking at every possibility to change the problem, to change what's the reality. And if necessary, we have to think about changing legislation. We have to think about it. And so the Commission is really giving this matter a top priority. And in the coming month, we have my word, you have my word, that I'll come up with a solution. We are trying to do it with what we have. We're trying to solve it in the frame that we have. If we can't, we will have to think about this change in legislation. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me once more stress how much importance I give to spreading excellence and closing the innovation divide. It's crucial, not for the sake of doing it. It's crucial for the times we're going in Europe and in the world, that we have to fix, as Pascal Lamy once said, we have to civilize globalization. And Europe is probably the best place in the world to do it, because I think we have the most civilized way of looking at globalization. Sometimes when we think about what united us and what we feel as Europeans, some of you, like me, had the opportunity to live in other parts of the world. And once in a conversation with Pascal Lamy, which I think is one of the greatest Europeans, he was saying, look, there's really things that differentiate us. And one is that as Europeans, we have a much finer balance in between what's collective and what's individual. We just don't think individual, we think also the collective. And that's something that is very different from other parts of the world. We are much more intolerant to inequality. And some of you in the room, like me, have lived in other parts of the world, and it's a reality. We are, as Europeans, intolerant to inequality, so we have to do something about it. And then we really have, as he says, and I've seen that also in my home country going forward, when in the 80s we came into this great project of the European Union, we were much more sensitive to anything related to climate, to environment. We are Europeans. So thank you very much, and wish you a great conference.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Moines. What we heard right now was a really inspirational speech of hope in the future. It sort of is touched upon an assessment of what we'll get to is an assessment of where we are, but it also is setting somewhat of a direction going forward. So we've heard about the capital and the skills issue, which would be emphasized. Openness is also one of the areas that's been on the agenda. But of course, this three-part plan is something that is very welcome. I think it will be actively discussed today in our given sessions. Now, let's see where we are. Before we start with the plenary sessions, let's see where we're coming from. So thank you for voting. Have we had a vote yet? All right. Okay, there you can see. So it's somewhat split between EU15, EU13. But what's also interesting is that we have many associated members coming as well. So a really, really nice mix. Okay, so everything's working with a Slido, so we can proceed with the plenary session. So plenary session, we will focus here on lowering the barriers for better integration of a pan-European scientific potential. The main aim for this session is principally an overview of the evidence. So what has been done in terms of spreading? So this is a look into the past a bit, as well as where we are currently. So we would like to have an assessment from both the period of 2014 through 16, but it's also important to clearly define what this innovative divide is. So sometimes this is not exactly clear, or what sort of measures are being taken to assess this. And so this is something that we would like to examine a little bit more in detail, so that we at least have a framework or a language that might be common to understanding what this innovation gap is, and also why it might be there. What is the source of this? And maybe a bit of an examination also on the idea of excellence. Now, I know, being in one of the EU 13 countries, that excellence is not very well understood by everyone. Many believe they're performing excellent work, and they are. But do we collectively agree what is excellence and what is innovation? So the first panel will examine some of these questions. We'll also look at the bigger obstacles and challenges, and of course, how to lower the barriers for new entrants. So we'll get an idea of the numbers and statistics, what they're saying from our first discussant. And so the role for the session will really set the scene. We'll see where we are, and we'll take it as an assessment or state of play so that we can go forward. All right, so next question for Slido. Everyone ready? We'd like to poll, first of all, for the first session, and this really gets us going, and this is really to raise the question of what do you think is the most important reason for this innovative divide? So post your questions. We'll give you some time to think about this, and without further ado, I'd like to bring our first speaker for this plenary session. I'd like to welcome Jana Koller. She's a member of the board for EIT, coming from Slovenia. So she will present an overview of this innovative divide. So please, let's give a warm welcome for Anna Koller.
Thank you very much for invitation. Good morning and greetings to the Commissioner Mojdaš, Minister Plavčan, State Secretary Tomáš Boch from Slovenia, Robert Jan, President Bourguignon, dear colleagues, dear friends. This is indeed a very important issue that we need to address today. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be able to discuss it. Now, the topics that I'm going to address in this brief presentation are the following. First of all, what is meant by innovation divide? It's been mentioned before that it depends how we look at it. It's not clear what we mean with it when we say innovation divide. Secondly, what is the current situation? I will then address some of the reasons which I believe are the main causes for innovation divide, and based on this also what we can do to cross it. Yes, there's a lot of information on this slide. I'll just try to take you briefly through it. First of all, how do we define innovation divide? In my opinion, well, innovation divide is very clearly the gap that we experience between new member states, for example, and old member states in how well they perform in science and innovation. And there are various criteria that we can, various indicators that we can look at in order to define it. Widening instruments, for example, have a certain set of criteria which are based on scientific excellence and innovative excellence. It is based on quality of universities, number of ERC grants, highly cited papers, and patents. And based on that, the eligible countries that can apply for the widening program are defined. There's another meaning to the innovation divide, which is sometimes looked at, and that is what kind of divide between these countries do we have in Horizon? Now, that's also a tricky one, because depending at which indicator you look at, you will get a different kind of country distribution. What I have plotted here is Horizon 2020 financial output versus the input. And the orange countries are the new member states, EU 13, and the blue ones are EU 15. Now, what you can see from this graph is that EU 13 is not a homogeneous group. Particularly, there are 3 countries which are doing particularly well. Those are Slovenia, Cyprus, and Estonia. However, most of the countries are really not doing well. And if we take the EU 13 against the EU 15, we experience a serious divide in general. Now, we have looked at we have done a cluster analysis against a number of different Horizon success, FP success factors, such as success rate, number of participants, this criterion, financial one, which is by no means the most important one. And the clustering showed that, well, countries do cluster according to certain input parameters. And it turned out that what matters is certainly investment in R&D and also a size of a country. There are various explanations for that, but just to mention that the 3 countries there that are performing best are rather small. And then it also showed that what does not matter is years of accession to the framework program, which means that with time, EU 13 is not really getting much better, let's say. Can I have the next slide? Yes. So the graph here, I'll need to spend a minute or two to explain it. What it shows is participation gap between EU 13 and EU 15. It's a difference in participation, the same indicator as before, with reference always calculated with respect to the year 2006. Now, it could be also the whole 6th framework program. The graph would look very similar. And what the graph shows you is that the gap between EU 13 and 15 is not, in participation, is not closing with time. Actually, it is much worse than it was in 6th framework, for example. Now, considering the criteria, the success factors that I mentioned before, investment in R&D, I should mention that when you look at scientific excellence and investment in R&D, the gap between these countries is closing, and quite significantly. New member states invest, have, for example, scientific excellence measured by highly cited papers, that is increasing faster than in case of older member states. So the excellence gap is closing. Companies' expenditure from the EU 13 is also closing. So it's very difficult to understand why the gap in participation in Horizon is not. one of the reasons, can I have the next slide? One of the reasons that had come up from some of the studies is that the networks are quite closed. They're not solely based on exclusively highest excellence, but also on trust. Everyone that had ever participated in, for example, prepared as coordinator a proposal for a framework program, had considered the quality of the partnership also based on experiences that they had with the partnership. And a study in the ICT domain in 7th framework showed that when the coordinators were interviewed, how do they select partners? Well, 50% came from previous network, 25% came at the recommendation of their partners, and 25% were more or less open. So the fact is that it's not, it looks like, I can't say it for certain, but it looks like that we're not dealing solely with scientific excellence, but that trust is an important factor which leads to closing of the networks, which are very difficult to penetrate. And EU13 are the newcomers. Now, if we take that as one of the reasons, then we can also come up with measures that we can propose to, open up these networks. Now, what are the other issues? What are the reasons for innovation divide? Now, I'm generally speaking of for the reasons for the divide in scientific and innovative excellence, no longer framework program. First of all, clearly, they invest less in R&D, and in order to bridge this one, they need to invest more. There's no way around this. Secondly, they have significantly less efficient R&D and effective R&D systems. And we experience that too. I mean, I come from Slovenia. We are doing reasonably well. However, I identify myself very often with my colleagues from other new member states, especially the ones that come from the Eastern, let's say, bloc countries 20 years ago. Well, yeah. The fact is that some of the past policies are very difficult to overcome, to change. Then we have experience in closed networks. We have also experience in brain drain, which is a significant problem for most of our countries. Now, Horizon. I'm very glad that Horizon came up with some very good solutions for this. Now, first of all, why does the Horizon need to address this? We could say this one is an excellence-based program, and all EU13 have structural funds to invest more and to close the gap, so they should be able to solve these issues with those funds. Well, the fact is that there's a problem. We need cooperation, in this case, to bridge the gap. We need cooperation with our grown-up colleagues from other countries with respect to the policy learning, with respect to the excellent researchers. We need to state the culture, and for that, cooperation part in Europe is needed, and that's the one that's covered by Horizon. So I very much welcome the solutions that Horizon came up to address the issues, and they actually theoretically make sense. They address the institutional excellence, strengthening of particular field to attract researchers, expand the networks through cost, and in my opinion, extremely important one is the policy support facility. And I hope that EU13 countries will take the most of that instrument, because in my opinion, where we should do most work is actually that one. And we have all the possibilities to learn the best models, the most suitable models from the EU15 countries that we can use. Next one. Now, this is also my last slide. Some of the proposals on what we can do to cross the innovation divide. First of all, I would like to emphasize that no one can solve it for us. Member states should do their work. But I think it's also a shared responsibility between regional level, member state level, and European level. Now, when it comes to the member state and the regional level, the following can be done to close the innovation divide. We absolutely need to modernize our systems, and sometimes I know it's very difficult. I've had some experiences in it, and I very much know how, that it's a big task, but we absolutely need to speed up with the reforms. And I would, as mentioned before, very much like to emphasize the need to use the policy support facility. Now we need to do our homework and try to build the networks. We can use public-to-public partnerships. That's where we as countries decide to put in the money and let's try to compete on European level besides Horizon. Although then Horizon provides the top-up. Now we also need to use, if possible, lead agency, participate in events, facilitate mobility of researchers. We need to exploit the synergies between structural funds and Horizon. Now, one of these synergies, for example, are one is the teaming, one is the EIT, Regional Innovation Scheme. Public-to-public partnerships could also come, unfortunately, only they address synergies between national funds and Horizon because we cannot put in structural funds despite the fact that they are aligned with smart specialization and the P2P addresses that part of smart specialization. We should support capacity building, in particular also soft skills, not just scientific excellence. Now, Seal of Excellence is very useful for member states, but I will address it later if we have some time left. Now, when it comes to Horizon, first of all, I would like to mention that we do not have enough research. We need to analyze more whether we have a glass ceiling when it comes to EU13 or not, participation, or at least some countries' participation. I would like to mention that one part of Horizon, which in my opinion is unexploited, and it's really in a silo, are the research infrastructures. I'm executive director of an ERIC, which works a Central European Research Infrastructure Consortia, and it brings together excellent research infrastructures from new and old member states in Central Europe. And there's so much that we can do to improve the situation. And first of all, there's excellence everywhere. We can bring it together. And what we do within CERIC is bringing the best peer-reviewed researchers to infrastructures in new and old member states, thus contributing to establishing, opening up of the networks between best research across Europe. I would also like to mention that widening objectives could be analyzed within some of P2P calls and included in some of CSA. I think that particularly, for example, in societal challenges, each of them should actually know what the situation is and what the problems are in the area they are addressing. I would like very much to thank you all for your attention.
All right, thank you for your comments. So now we will start the panel discussion part. So I'd like to have the various members of the panel come to the stage. First off, Robert Jan Smits, Director General, DG RTD, European Commission. Welcome. Laszlo Lovas, President of the Hungarian Academy of Science. Please, can you come to this stage? Karl Dietrich, the President of the VSNU, Association of Universities in the Netherlands. André Jazdzejczyk, member of the Research Policy Committee by the Deputy Prime Minister from Poland, and of course our keynote, Jana Koller, who set the stage for this discussion. Okay, welcome everybody. We will start with a 4-minute discussion, comments from each of our esteemed panel members, and then we will enter into discussion about the various items about setting the stage where we are as far as the innovation gap, as well as spreading excellence. Of course, we look forward to audience participation through Slido, as well as we'll take questions from the audience. And so I hope for a very, very interactive session. There were a lot of different types of concepts that were raised forward. We know it's not just money, it seems also it's about skills, but it's much more complex than we can imagine. And I think from the opening remarks from both the Commissioner and Jana Koller, this is being addressed. But I think what we'd like to do is also get a bit into the details of how this can be not just conceptualized, but implemented. So without further ado, Robert Jan Smits, please.
Thank you very much, Marcus. And I think after the first-class speeches this morning by the Commissioner and the Slovak Minister, and by Jana, of course, there's actually a little which I can add, because first of all, the definition which was given about the science divide is a very correct one. Secondly, the indicators which Jana used to identify why is the situation as it is a correct one. I would add another indicator, that is brain drain. I think what makes a distinction between an EU13 and EU15 is, of course, the number of people flowing in or people flowing out. So I think that's an important indicator as well to keep in mind. So I think the analysis is there, the definition is there. It's now very much about the measures to be taken. And I am, as of course, very much in line with what the Commissioner said this morning, and also the Minister and Jana. I would call it a 3I policy, which is first of all invest, institutional reform, and integrate. And what do I mean by that? I think first of all invest, and it was mentioned before, there needs to be a substantial investment in science innovation in the EU13 taking place. And we are seeing quite rapid build-up in certain countries, where in some countries there's even 1.5–2% of GDP now reached on spending on research, but needs to be a focus which has to be kept in mind. Structural funds are of course ideal tools, and it's great to see that out of the 300 billion of structural funds, almost 80 billion is now being put in capacity building science innovation, notably in the EU13. So I think that is a fantastic way to boost indeed capacity building, notably in the EU13. The second I of institutional reform is indeed there needs to be reforms taking place. I still see in a lot of countries no allocation of funds through competitive calls, no open recruitment in universities. I see that the salaries between top scientists and medium, low quality scientists, it's not a lot of difference in salary what they're getting. So I think excellence needs to be rewarded. And there needs to be, of course, a reorganization, restructuring of the research landscape. That is often very difficult because there is often legislation in many countries which do not allow for these reforms to take place. But it requires, I think, leadership and courage to get these reforms. And my third I about integration is all about crashing the existing networks. I've always said not a single country or region in Europe has a monopoly on excellence. We can find excellence all over Europe. And we should get rid of the situation whereby when we organize a call, it's always the same suspects who call each other. The Imperial College calls Leiden University, call Karolinska, Heidelberg, and they do another proposal. They do not reach out to those brilliant young people which there are in all parts of Europe. And I must say that I've come across most of the most brilliant young people, notably in the EU13 countries, more perhaps than in the EU15. So we need to crash these existing networks, and that requires that people are willing to open up, that we can get rid of the old boys and perhaps old girls networks. There's also something I think we should never do, and I think it's important that we also mention that we should never change the criteria in Horizon 2020 to address the science and innovation divide. Horizon 2020 is driven by excellence and impact, and it's not driven by geographical criteria. And I think it's important to also underline not only what we should do, but also to underline what we certainly should never do, and that is to change the criteria of Horizon 2020. That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Next, Laszlo Lovash, please. You have the floor, 4 minutes.
Thank you for this possibility. Let me ask a provocative question. Why to deal with this issue at all? Why not do research in Europe where the traditions are best, where the facilities are best, where the existing groups are already there? And that's a good question, I think. It has to be answered. Commissioner Moedas already described in this beautiful example of Yerevan why to do that. Maybe I can add that right now we have in Hungary the month of the science, and every night the big hall of the academy is filled with students and teachers and retired people to listen to long scientific talks about, I mean, of course, popular talks, but serious scientific talks. So there is interest in this part of countries, in this part of Europe, and there is talent, and that should be utilized. Now, at the same time, why to talk about this now? There is let me mention just two things here. One is that there is a danger that our countries, the population, but also the government, might lose interest in science if we are demonstrably inferior to the rest of Europe. So in order to increase support for science, we ourselves have to make sure that we show that we are using that support in a good way. Now, therefore, I absolutely support that quality and excellence should be the only measures that matter. ERC, for example, is an excellent way of describing where we stand and setting goals where we should go. Also, of course, often our research is sort of at the edge of being able to produce high-quality results because of all sorts of internal and external problems. Science is growing fast, and it's becoming more and more equipment heavy, and therefore, if we lose, then we are going to lose even more, and we will be left behind. So I think that this kind of joint thinking about what to do is extremely important, and we have heard many good ideas here. I hope that we can push forward. One more sentence. I believe that it's mostly the responsibility of us, like the academies and universities and scientific and science policy leaders of these countries, but we cannot do it alone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Carl Dietrich, you have the floor, 4 minutes.
I'll take some more than 4 minutes, Chair, but I see my colleagues were very generous to me, so I'll take some more minutes. Let me start by thanking the Slovak presidency for organizing this vital conference and to give me the chance to speak here. And the topic of this conference I hold very dear to my heart. And as a proof of that, in the past 3 years, the Association of Universities in the Netherlands organized each year an event on this same topic. The last year we did so together with our colleagues from the Slovak Rectors Conference. So I'm extremely pleased that our colleagues continue this journey to give full attention to this topic. But without being able to exactly define what the innovation divide is, it seems to me that we see more and more boundaries or divisions in Europe, both on the national and on the European level. And this is worrying because we have constructed Europe to overcome these. The divisions on the national level have become clear during the last decade and are really threatening and sometimes even frightening. So I mentioned the divisions between the people that are highly educated and the lower skilled or lower educated. The division between the nationals and the non-nationals and refugees. A division between those who accept globalization and internationalization and those who don't accept these out of fear or distrust. A division between those who trust politics, politicians and policy, and those who feel themselves not heard by politics, by politicians and the elite. These divisions are at the European level enlarged by divisions between young and older people and the division between the Northwest and the South and East. And the Europe we have constructed since 1958 is, to put it mildly, not always understood. It often is perceived as bureaucratic, as threatening, as detailed, as meddling in with the national autonomy. And what makes this even worse is that our national politicians have become more reluctant to speak in favor of the European project out of a clear and present fear for being punished at the next elections. So, we academics, we shouldn't have fear. And I'm absolutely convinced of the European project. Internationalization, cooperation, intercultural skills and empathy, especially empathy, are to my conviction cornerstones for growth, for prosperity and social inclusion and cohesion. And if the financial, political or socio-economic connections are no longer strong enough, I would argue that education and research need to form stronger connections all over Europe. Is it not up to us, universities, to take the lead in shaping an educational and innovative Europe based on educational quality, excellent research, dissemination of knowledge, and attention for solving the great societal challenges? Education and research, as we know, lead to personal and collective prosperity and well-being. And it's here that we need to grasp the opportunities that are presented by our younger generation on the one hand, and the power of research and valorization on the other hand. I think for today's conference, one of our tasks is to find a way to create more partnerships and mutual understanding. And what do I see as the main obstacles? A lack of a consistent strategy on the level of universities themselves. There should be a legitimate strategy developed by a convincing leadership with power to stick to this strategy. There is also a lack of a consistent strategy on the level of national and regional authorities. And you might say, we see too little focus. You can't be world-class in everything. Let's be realistic. Everywhere are pockets of excellence, and let us give them the chance to develop further. Sometimes we see that too many political aims connected to European projects. For instance, the combination of a national merger of universities as a condition for a teaming project. You see, as well as an obstacle, that some researchers go for the easy money and decide that the European projects are too complicated. But by doing so, you lose an international partnership. Of course, we see sometimes a lack of relevant information on the European possibilities on all levels. And I see as well the opinion that European funding will replace the budget cuts that have been executed in many countries. No, the European funding has to be met or matched by national funding. And what are the chances then? Consistency and commitment on the level of universities and on the level of the national and regional authorities. Second chance, a strategy that is multifold. Use the pockets of excellence to make alliances in the excellence program of Horizon 2020, but make use of the whole range of the European policy instruments. Don't stick, would be my third chance, to the already well-known arrivés like myself, 64-year-old, grey, little bit bald, but old. We need to give the floor to the new generation of researchers who are more open to cooperation, who are more open to internationalization, and who are also more open to competition, as long as it is fair competition. A fourth chance, invite countries or rectors' conferences which you trust for bilateral cooperation, as Jana, I think, understressed. It's not about being told what to do, but make use of them as critical friends and learn from their experiences. And my fifth chance, invest in talent. International cooperation has to be based on cooperation between talents. Try to reinforce the return of talent to the country of origin. A brain drain with us somewhere means always a brain drain elsewhere. So we have to face that enormous division. Let me conclude. The past decade has shown that it's not easy to overcome the divide. We need to invest. And this is not just about matchmaking, it's about being engaged to be married. And this calls for action from both sides. The widespread partners obviously are all available to dance. And from our side, we cannot wait at the side of the ballroom as wallflowers. But we should also actively need to show our interest and availability. We have to build Europe together on our most valuable asset, knowledge obtained by research. And for research, three elements are key: talent, infrastructure, and an excellent education. And our universities need to build new partnerships for these three elements, based on well-considered commitment and with the support of Europe. The Northwest should understand that their constant search for talent might lead to a more growing divide. A permanent brain drain might deepen the already existing cleavages. We in the Northwest have to be worried about our responsibility for creating fair chances for the development of education and research all over Europe. It's no longer just about equality or other notions of political correctness. It's about the survival of our European ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your remarks. All right, next up, Andrzej Jeziczki. I'm very sorry about the pronunciation, but it's one of the most challenging names. But please, you have the floor.
Don't worry, even my mother can't pronounce it properly. It's Jajszczyk, but anyway, it says. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to comment on a possible role of good practices used by European institutions in spreading excellence and narrowing the innovation gap. I will use an example of basic research, which is an important foundation for innovation. When Poland joined the European Union 12 years ago, we lagged behind other European countries in research. Various measures were taken at the time to change the situation. One of the remedies was to create modern research funding agencies. As basic research is concerned, fortunately, we had a very good example of European Research Council. In 2011, we launched in Poland a funding agency called the National Science Center, which closely followed the approach and good practices of the ERC. The expectations at that time were to change the shape of Polish research and to enhance its competitiveness on a global scale. By creating the research funding agencies, the proportion of funding distributed through competitive grants has risen from 13% before the changes to around 50% now. In the new Polish funding agency, the process strength and fairness is based on several cornerstones. Proper division of the whole research space into 25 broad discipline panels, definition of clear and well-defined evaluation criteria, selection of competent experts and external reviewers, a two-phase evaluation process, and the appointment of highly professional discipline coordinators. we can note that the last year, international experts constituted 75% of all reviewers involved in the proposal evaluation process. No doubt that visible changes in research performance usually require many years. But even now, we have some promising signs. For example, thanks to European Union support and a new competitive funding regime, Poland's contribution to the Nature Index increased by 34% between 2012 and 2015. Poland has recently been named a Nature Index 2016 Rising Star. Yeah? I can add that the National Science Center maintains, promotes, and enforces high standards related to responsible conduct of research, that is honesty, responsibility, fairness, and accountability. My final point is that good practices, good example sometimes means more than money alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Jana Kohler?
I'll be very short. Thank you very much. I would just like to address one thing that I thought might have been misunderstood in my presentation. Now, I think that I very much support the fact that Horizon should be excellence-based and that scoring should be excellence-based. However, some data gathered so far indicate that excellence is not the only criteria in cooperative, the way how cooperative partnerships are selected. Now, my plea was to have more research on that, because if it happens that actually there is the trust is an important factor when it comes to selection of partnerships, we need to address it, because it's not going to address itself, the problem. What I would consider in this case is, please do more research. There's the whole framework program. How come we're still discussing this? And secondly, in case that turns to be true, I would not compromise the main selection criteria, but I think we should consider whether among the equally good projects, there's a room for geographical balance. Now, that criterion would not be easy to design. And as I said, we need more research. But that is something that we will need to do. We have seen it in gender research. If there's a glass ceiling, we will need to introduce some measures of this kind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'd like to open the floor. There were a couple of themes that we heard about, but one of the overarching themes that was really discussed by Carl was leadership and strategy. What it implied was, in fact, a directionality of institutions as well as nations. So we'll indicate that there's a multi-scalar level, of course. So we all believe that nations are key for this, but we'd also like to introduce the idea of the institution or the university plays a key role in how to enact these types of things. So this may raise many questions for the audience, of course, but what I'd like to start off with is finances. So from a financial perspective, we could address firstly whether or not, and I'd like to maybe address our colleagues from Poland and Hungary, do we think that the money is sufficient that's being spent on the universities or in research itself, but more importantly, I'll point out maybe if the funding is, of course it's always insufficient if you ask any researcher, but is the structure of financing adequate? So we've lived through experiences as well where financial programs end and there's no continuity. So it may look as though much money is there, but what does that really mean? Maybe the spending is there, but is it effective? So please, first.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the recognition of excellence, at least in my country, is that should be emphasized or more better practiced. The academy has made steps in this direction, introduced some kind of half ERC grants for excellent young people, but the whole system doesn't go through universities, and there is a lot of resistance to it based on ideas of equality and so on. So I think that's what I would put as an important breakthrough we have to make to achieve, to make sure that excellence can be rewarded, and that thereby our excellent researchers stay in Hungary and do their work there.
Please, yeah.
Yeah. As Poland is concerned, I was talking about the National Science Center, which is a good example. One of the problems in Poland you have comparing to Hungary, for example, that we are a pretty big country in terms of the number of people involved in research, science, higher education, and there were some bad habits that it's difficult to overcome. And so I think that those, say, good practices taken from European Union, I mentioned European Research Council, and introduction of those new, funding agencies. I mentioned National Science Center, which is focused on basic research, but we have National Center for Research and Development operating considerably bigger money, what is focused on applied research. And in fact, as we had, I think, very good experience with the National Science Center, the other agency, we had some problems. But we are restructuring now that agency just to distribute that money, promoting excellence, but also trying to have a balance between funding, industry and researchers. So there are many challenges. And as I mentioned earlier, any change in science, in the habits of people, takes time. And of course, Poland overthrew, say, the communism 27 years ago, so it's a lot of time. We joined the European Union 12 years ago. But probably the country had some more important priorities earlier. But now it's, I think, that more and more clear that without innovation, without good research, we cannot catch up with the world. So this is a promise that there is a change in some minds.
Okay, so you've raised the idea of innovation and the connection between the companies and the universities itself. So Jana Koller showed that there is, in some cases, a gap is being filled in this respect by the levels of financing that companies are spending, and the indicators are typically patents. But are patent filings, and I'll direct this at Jana, are patent filings really the good indicator for that kind of connection between companies? Meaning, is licensing deals, is that what we should be looking for? Is revenues? Are patents sufficient?
No, I actually didn't use patents. I've used investment in R&D by companies.
Sorry,
because
yes.
I wanted to avoid the issue of patents, because also where they are registered, this is
Okay.
a bit, it's not a good indicator.
So where are we with this? Do we know that this gap is closing, and what
With respect to investment in R&D, the gap is significantly closing between new and old member states. That can be shown. With the patents, it's more difficult because, it does not really necessarily reflect when research is done, for example, the location where it is registered.
Do public-private partnerships play a role in this? Meaning in some member states, there's not really a framework for that connectivity, and also some of the ministries are very divided and don't cooperate very well. Would there be some measures that could be used to help bridge this, or is this a good angle to really look at, to bridge that?
If I can address this one, I think this is very much country-specific, and you can see these problems also well, across Europe. In some countries, these bridges are more established between academia and companies than in others. If you look typically, for example, Slovenia is a country where most of the R&D investment by far comes from companies. I mean, we are very high when it comes to the total R&D expenditure. However, expenditure for fundamental research by the country is very low, which then results in a very low number of the ERCs. So this is one thing, for example, that I can say for my country, that the balance should be improved. So basically, when it comes to this, I don't think that this is typical for less performing countries, for example, this divide between companies and academia.
So we've also had a question from the audience. This gets at the investment strategy that Robert Jan Smits has talked about a bit, and that's with the ESFRI as well as Horizon. How do they connect, and how do they connect well in the EU13? Is this working?
Well, as I mentioned before, it's quite impressive to see that so much money out of the structural funds is used for capacity building, notably in the EU13. I mentioned the amount of 80 billion. It's quite an impressive amount of money. And this money is now very much used based on a smart specialization strategy. And one of the success stories of that is, of course, the ELI project. This is a very impressive research infrastructure which is now being built in Hungary, the Czech Republic, and Romania, which will be, I think, attracting brains from all over the world to these places. So I think the money is, in certain domains, very well used. And, well, you represent yourself, I think, quite an impressive organization where there have been massive investments under the structural funds, Marcus. And what I've seen there myself is very, very impressive how things are going. So I think on the investment side, I see things changing in a positive way. The reforms, as both our colleagues said from Hungary and Poland, are there, but it takes time. These are cultural changes, getting rid of the fixed way of working, giving chance to new people to arise and to get into governance structures. So that is never an easy task, but it can be done, and we've seen that it can be done. My beautiful example is always is Ireland. If you see that Ireland was in the 50s still a potato country, but if you see how Ireland has been using the structural funds to invest in research innovation capacity, how they've done reforms, and Ireland is now one of the most impressive, I think, knowledge-based economies in the world, participating big time in Horizon 2020. So it can be done, but I think we have to perhaps be a bit patient with regard to the reforms. Although the question I have is, can we afford to be patient? Since things are moving so quickly, and not only in Europe, but notably in the Far East, we can't actually afford to be too patient. Reforms have to be pushed through, and that is, I think, one of the biggest issues which people are facing. May I just make a comment with regard to Karl, because what I like very much about Karl's intervention, besides his more political statement about divides at all kinds of levels, that he says the university should take their responsibility. And that is something which I very much like to hear and to see as well in concrete action plans on how the universities are indeed creating the partnerships more than ever before with these first-class pockets of excellence in the EU13 countries. So I think this is a very, very good symbol and statement where universities take their own responsibility, and I hope that this will be translated in concrete actions.
Okay, thank you. Just a small comment from the audience. It's pointed out that the widening does not just include the EU13 member states, but also some of the other member states. So we should be clear about what we're referring to under widening versus EU13. Just a small comment. But I'd like to get to Karl, because we've heard from both the commissioner and now Robert Jan Smits the idea of reform. So this encompasses areas beyond really financing. And was interesting when we looked at the Slido concerns from the audience, the two major concerns that we saw, the majority of the concerns was really based on financing for research or research excellence, and also financing for the business experience. But let's talk about this idea of leadership, because leadership is really not about money, is it, Karl? What is this about? How do we develop a
it makes life much more easy for a leader.
Because it gets at this question of reform, as I say, and how do we do this?
I was just thinking about what my colleagues from the universities in the Netherlands told us beforehand of this conference that they have some problems in finding universities in the EU 13 that are absolutely, you might say, committed or consisting in their strategy. My feeling is that universities are over-asked. We have to solve solutions. We have to bring solutions for almost every societal problem. If there's unemployment, oh well, yes, universities should make new enterprises. If there is a lack of quality in education, oh yes, universities have to teach better teachers. What I would like, and what I think that's one of the major strongholds in the Netherlands, is that we have come over all these political divisions and making a national agreement on the importance of research and education. So we are in a broad coalition at the moment, universities and the Royal Academy on the one hand, and the large employer association on the other hand. And the large employers are interested in funding fundamental and basic research. My fear was, a couple of years ago, that they would just go for the short term. But on the contrary, they are very much interested in the long-term investments in fundamental and basic research. So what we are looking for now at the moment is, from this national agreement, asking for 1 billion euros structurally funded extra in research, applied and fundamental research, by this broad coalition, is making public-private partnerships and public-public partnerships. Because it's not only because of the investments by enterprises or by companies, it's also investments by regions, by local authorities. So we are looking much more to a complex society where we are building all kinds of alliances between universities who are seen at the moment as part of every solution and our environment. And I think that if we are really able to bring forward that kind of agreements, that kind of coalitions, that the society will be more stable, will be more committed, and will be more, you might say, less fragmented and less directed towards each incident. So we are looking for stable and strategic partnerships. And the leadership, of course, is important in that. Absolutely.
Okay, so getting at this point, Laszlo, we have a question from the audience relates to the participation of EU member states. In particular, they point out the co-fund and I guess the ERANET, but many of the other programs may also not have robust participation. Hungary's been successful, we know, at ERC grants. It stands out among the widening countries. But I was struck by your comments about the threat of a loss of interest in science among the population or in government. And so what does participation, or can participation more in these types of schemes work? How important is mobility? Is that important, really?
Of course, for us, what's important is to become a stable part of the European research network, which, of course, involves, or it must involve, funds from the government, investments from the government in research. Now, in these countries, there is a lot of demand. I mean, at least in Hungary, a lot of pressure to invest in other areas. Some of them we ourselves support very much, like investment in education, because that's, of course, very important for us for the future. And there is a great need for that, increasing investment in education. Healthcare is in a poor state, so investment in healthcare is very, very much in demand. So we have to fight for this investment, and in this fight we have to bring up good arguments. And it is a good argument that we are say, successful in ERC relative to maybe the E13, but we are not successful if you look at Austria. By that measure, we are actually not successful at all. So on the long run, we have to be able to prove that investment in Hungarian science makes sense from the government point of view. And for that, it's very important. First of all, it's very important that there is this sort of European excellence-based, unbiased, or not certainly not quota-based distribution of funds, and that we are part of this. But it would be important that within a foreseeable future we catch up, we decrease this divide, and therefore we can argue that if you invest in our science, then also the European funds will come, and so altogether the country, it's a good investment from the part of the country.
Well, I'd like to direct a bit more to Andre now about people again. One of the statistics that we see in Poland is that among the young PhD students between the ages of 25 and 35 is let's say it's on the lower side compared to many of the other member states, which shows a level of, let's say, brain drain per se. And so the question is, for a country which has a robust scientific history, do mobility schemes, do they work? How is it that we can have people, not just financing, but how do we get people to really use the infrastructures that are available in Poland?
Yeah, mobility is a tricky issue, in fact, in Poland. We inherited from the past, say, very low mobility among researchers. So definitely European money and European programs help to people to move and to participate in various projects. Also, we have our own programs funded by our funding agencies. So on the one way we would like to increase the mobility, we still have problems with that. And on the other side, we have brain drain. And we are losing really good people that go abroad. Of course, it's nothing wrong that some percentage goes abroad, even permanently, but if that percentage is too high, and sometimes I'm afraid that it's a little bit too high, this should change, because the research environment in Poland is changing. We have very good facilities, thanks mainly to European money. So there is no, say, reason to go to a lab in, say, Germany, France, UK, anywhere, because sometimes that equipment we have is pretty modern. Say research atmosphere is sometimes a little bit inferior, so we have to work on it. But this is changing as well, and there is, say, lots of money to take from various granting programs, both European and national. So I think that we are at the stage that we are observing a change, also in participation of industry in funding research. Practically until very recently, Polish industry was not interested in funding research, but there is a considerable increase in that funding in, say, last 2 years or so. But this simply means that our economy reached that point that, say, simple reserves are not enough to make profit. So industry is looking at research institutions, universities to cooperate. And this is a very good and promising sign.
Okay, Laszlo, please.
Just a sentence or two about this issue of brain drain. I prefer to look at it as participation in the circulation of scientists. And it is natural nowadays that our scientists go to London or Paris, but we also would like to see scientists, especially young people, postdocs in larger and larger numbers at our universities and at our research institutes. Now, say the European Research Council grants give a good opportunity to have such scientists visiting, and it is growing, but there is resistance to this. Why do we pay people? Why not pay our own? And so on. So this is a change of culture which we have to get through politicians and through the society in order to have a system here, and therefore it's important that we keep always the European perspective in front of us.
Okay, very good. So we here are touching on the reforms. I'll also mention that the floor is now open. We'll have a microphone going around for any questions. But before, we'll get to you. But before that, I think Robert Jan Smits would like to ask or pose the question whether, or I'll pose it, whether teaming is the answer to this, and is everything built in there to address the reforms of teaming and to encourage this, not brain drain, but rather brain circulation?
Well, absolutely. I think the teaming project, and we're celebrating here the fact that 10 institutions have received quite impressive grants, or will receive quite impressive grants from Horizon 2020 under the teaming scheme. But these are, of course, drivers for reforms, because one of the part of the deals for these teaming projects is that they shall be able to operate in complete autonomy. That means that, first of all, the salaries to be paid for the staff at these teaming centers of excellence should be based on market salaries, rewarding the good ones, and these can be very impressive high salaries. Secondly, the management board is to be based purely on the decision of the partners themselves and not being politicized. The conditions of doing work have to be really flexible, and that is for us an important part of the deal in allocating the money, is that these teaming centers of excellence, and they are centers of excellence, all of them, but they really can function in an autonomous way, and that they are not walking at the hands or under the control of academies of sciences, where there will be imposed maximum salaries to be paid and who should become the director, because then we are not continuing with that scheme. So they can be, as such, very important drivers for change, drivers for reforms in the countries concerned. And that's why I think everyone is quite excited about these teaming centers of excellence, because they can be potential game changers.
Okay. Jana, please, you've also talked a bit about this idea of excellence in your solution, and maybe I'd like to zero in a little bit on this about institutional excellence, these pockets of excellence, and how important critical mass is.
Critical mass in what respect? Can you?
In concentration of excellence in particular, let's say, regions, or in particularly in an institutional setting. How important is that?
Well, one thing is that we need better policies. The other one, of course, is that we need better institutions. Now, it's true that structural funds could be used to come up with instruments such as teaming, twinning, and ERA chairs, except they're not. And for this reason, we need European Union to come up with this kind of proposals, and also they very much contribute to synergies between the two funds. Teaming, for example, which Robert Jan was mentioning, is one excellent example where synergy between the two funds is inbuilt in the system already. And especially with the 9th Framework Program, I would very much like to emphasize that that is also a kind of approach that we would appreciate. The second one is the brief question to your institutional excellence. Apart from excellent, better policies, institutional reforms is what we need. And I think they can be caused from the bottom up with the instruments that are a part of Horizon. We very much need to change institutional culture in new member states, you should know that, well, 30 years ago, they were in a very different system. And it's very difficult to change the old path. As it's been stated before, it takes time. Now, to speed up this process, we really need increased mobility, and not just from our people, I mean from people, students, to more developed countries, but also excellence that comes into, that is put in our communities and induces changes from inside up. Because I'm sure that, for example, ERA chairs, the excellent researchers, which come to our institutions in new member states, they will be frustrated. I hope they will not give up, but insist on the changes. Thank you.
But Marcus, you're asking the question, but you're running already for quite a number of years. Can you say about your experience with institution building?
Well, it's I'm actually younger than I look. So it's an incredible challenge. I have to say, it's what's been talked about in
Say first what you're doing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So I'm executive director of SETEC, which is in the Czech Republic. It was funded through a large infrastructure grant in 2011. I then joined SETEC and came from the US to be the executive director of the organization, which is a consortium within the city of Brno. So we have many academic or existing academic partners for this. So inherently there's a regional challenge, let's say, but we're very fortunate in receiving over 200 million euros in grants. So the absorption of money went quite well, I would say. We were able to build facilities, core facilities that are open access, and organize this in quite a nice fashion. The challenge for us in the next phase, or let's say the phase that we went through, was sustainability. What I mean by this is that it wasn't obvious that the nation knew that we should be financing, or continue the financing of research. Why is this? Well, political leadership changes rapidly. Institutions usually stay for a very long period of time. So the issue of reminding government about the importance of their commitments was one challenge. But the next challenge is not really about the equipment, except for the running cost, which is 5 to 10% of what we have, which is an issue, but it's about people. And we're all competing for talent. One of the key steps in this was building a robust grant writing system. So we were fortunate in getting that going. So that's quite successful. But the issue is also the existing, let's say, the existing institutions versus an institution that's overlaid that would bring new norms. So norms on governance is the most incredible challenge, and it's the most difficult one, I have to say. And so the teaming call is, I think it's really nice, but I think the meat of it, meaning how does the Commission, or how do these calls in the national context as well as the European context, how do they support centers like us when we're frustrated? And so, because many of us have good intentions, but it's not just one individual or two, it's getting a critical mass of individuals that are reform-minded to get the institutions up and running. I hope that addressed your question to some degree.
Thank you very much. I hand over to Marcus.
Okay, we'll take some questions from the audience. So a lady in the front, please identify yourself and direct your question to someone.
Yep. Ángeles Rodríguez Peña, co-president, and I would like the panel for all very interested interventions, giving the views in a different manner. And I would like to be very brief. First of all, I think we have a mistake always done when we refer to excellence and immediately make a link to ERC. Okay, ERC is what it is, it's great, it's individual funding, idea-driven research, and basic research. Excellence should be everywhere, and excellence, I have to disagree with Jana, I think it can be found also in the collaborative part of Horizon 2020, and it should be there. Therefore, what we talk about divide, it should be a divide what? In research and publications, a divide, and then we go to the next point. We make some confusion between the divide in research and the innovation divide. The innovation divide is something completely different. It will not be solved only doing more and better basic research. This is basic, it has to be there, but it will not be. So then I would like to just, it was also one of the questions there, is scale. I mean, the measures to close the gap in the widening are very good. My question would be, are the scale appropriate? We are talking about open networks, we're talking about creating trust, empathy between persons, because the only way that we will be able to collaborate in the future. So is the scale of the funding of this able to really reach out, or is just a drop in the ocean and will not really make a big impact?
Who wants to take that? The innovation gap, please.
I do not agree, in fact. I do believe that there is that excellence in research and excellence in innovation, this is something disconnected. It's very closely connected. You know, when you look at countries that are most successful in innovation, they have excellent basic research, excellent science, and this is not coincidence. So there is a very close relationship. Of course, sometimes we don't see the direct links or immediate links between both, that I cannot imagine a very innovative economy without excellent research. And of course, yeah, we should think about, say, various tools because I also agree that having only good, say, research strategy or basic research strategy is not enough to be innovative in economy, but so we need measures just pushing innovation in economy, but I still believe in a very close link between both. Yeah.
Okay, from an anonymous questioner, I'll get to you. They're asking whether the widening program focuses on academia and neglects business. So this touches on this. Would you like to take that, Laszlo?
Yeah, because it relates to what I wanted to answer here. I think that the way research contributes to innovation is not only through providing results, but at least as important is to providing capacity, providing young people. Research is, I used to say, is an Olympic Games where only gold medal is given out. So you have to be best, you have to achieve the results. And therefore, you learn this if you are in an excellent research facility. You learn that you have to follow all developments in the world, and you have to be able to be on top of them. And so in any country where there is a good research, there are many good students who will learn how to use the most modern equipment. They will learn about the most modern theories and methods. And through this, they will then go out and do innovation in the industry, in the private sector.
Okay, the floor is still open. So we hear about young people. Now, in institutional building, how do we get some of these young people that have the potential to not just apply for ERCs, but get the independence that they may need to position themselves to have these types of grants or have that available? Is this part of the equation? Are they sometimes lost in the system and not able to rise up? Would Carl like to take this one?
No, I think that...
I'll leave you on that.
Just to come back to the last question. Research is the basis for innovation. But research is not only the basic and fundamental research, it's also curiosity. I think that we have to look for methods to enlarge curiosity in society. And the example Commissioner Moedas gave in the beginning of his speech is an excellent example of that. And that's also one of the responsibilities of universities. We have a responsibility for the whole string of education, even from preschool education, I would say, to make teachers, to breed up teachers that are looking for curiosity in children, and to improve that feeling of something new and something that you can exploit and find a new way of new examples and new answers. So it's a culture of innovation that we are looking for, I would say. And in that culture, of course, the young people are the most important ones. So the best thing universities can do is look for schemes where they have as many as possible young people going into research, PhDs. We can't afford enough people to have PhDs. Not because they all will always be academics, no they won't, but they are so well bred, they are so well educated that they will find a place everywhere in society. So I think if I could put my money somewhere, it's in the PhDs, it's in the postdocs, it's in finding some ways of young people into research. And look for responsibility for this whole string of educational activities in society. And universities have lost that part of their empathy for society in that sense, I would say, and we need to take that up.
Jana, please.
Yes, I very much agree with Klaus. Now, what I would like to say is that education, in my opinion, is really a key for transformation, for cultural transformation that we need. In addition, we need the mobility. Now, mobility has always been a part of research, and I would only support that there should be more of it. And it's only mobility will significantly contribute to cultural changes in the countries that in the new countries that we need. But in addition to the mobility, we need to really look into career paths and develop that. Yep. Otherwise, this mobility will turn into a brain drain. We need mobility. We do not need brain drain, because people will go and look for better opportunities.
So what can Robert Jan Smits, what can institutions do to bring out these stars, these young stars that are available, and have them reach their full potential?
Well, I think give them a chance and involve them, give them freedom, give them autonomy, let them do their thing. I very often visit, of course, in countries in Europe, notably EU 13 countries, and very often we talk with young people. You ask, what is it that you miss in your environment at the moment? It's in academia or it's in a research institute. And they say, first of all, we miss an international environment. We miss the mobility. We miss a good salary. We miss the chance by, being taken serious. We miss being part of the governance. So I think it's giving young people the chance and the opportunity to do the thing what they want to do. Freedom, autonomy, respect, trust, which was mentioned already several times. And that is, I think, also what will drive the future of successful organizations, giving a chance to people and giving a lot of autonomy and freedom to people. So that is what I constantly hear from youngsters who I meet in universities, wherever located. And you see that one of the successes, of course, of the universities, mostly in the north of Europe, is that this freedom is there. And this recognition is there. They can go to international conferences, they can present at international conferences, while in many other countries it's still the old professor who is already past retirement who does go there and gets all the credit. And that needs to change big time, I think.
Okay, thank you. Floor is still open for any questions. We saw in some of the comments from Slido, of course, that salary in the system of R&D is kind of a question. We haven't really touched on this, or at least Jana has touched on this a bit. But maybe I could ask the Laszlo, if you want to comment about the salary issue. How big of a concern is this? Is this creating an uncomfortable situation? How can we solve this?
Yes, I think the salary issue is crucial, especially if it's below a certain threshold. So it seems to me that if young people have enough money to have to provide a decent living for their families, then they may say, okay, I'm a scientist, I don't care so much for money. But if they have to maybe take a second job, that really is very bad for their research. So there is some line there, I am afraid in Hungary with young researchers, the salaries we are paying to them are below this line. That would be an important goal to achieve, to go above that.
Okay, one final question from the audience member, please.
It's maybe a long question. And a little bit provocative also. My name is Wert Sjerke, by the way, from Belgium, from the Belgian Federal Science Policy Office. I was actually struck by the presentation by Jana, by the way. Hi. You were starting your presentation by saying that actually the excellence gap was closing, like the gap in business R&D was also closing. So I would say, then what's the problem? I mean, this is rather more important than the fact that your participation in Horizon 2020 is not good enough. One might argue that actually the research is probably being done with other funds on one hand, and on the other hand, one might argue that quite a lot of the different topics which have been listed by several of the speakers, I refer to, for example, Robert Jan pointing to the need of reforms, or Karl to the need of strategies in the universities, that all of these things are probably much more important. And one could also raise the question whether there isn't some kind of a chicken and an egg problem, in that sense that as long as you go forward in improving your research systems, that probably on one day you would also have a higher participation in Horizon 2020. Of course, one might also argue that if you have a higher participation in Horizon 2020, that you would even go much faster forward in closing the excellence gap and the business R&D gap. So I was rather asking myself whether we are not putting too much emphasis on the fact that your participation of the EU countries is not what it is like now compared to all of the other structural elements. That's my first provocative question. My second provocative...
Very, very brief.
Well, I tried to. I have quite a lot of sympathy for all of the arguments regarding brain drain. I think we have to avoid something which is comparable to what is taking place in football, where all of the good football players of Europe want to play in certain competitions. So I was wondering to what degree, I mean, we shouldn't revise our positions on things like portability of grants, for example. And I think also that some of the other issues regarding salaries are not important issues here. I hope this was
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to tackle that in a very brief manner before we close?
Try to very
Please.
briefly address it. Hi, Jarko. Fundamentally, you know that it becomes a political problem, because the countries that put money into it would like to compete on equal footing. So if there's any doubt that that's not just excellence, it needs to be investigated. But that's the political side of it. For me, the important part is that that part, Horizon, would contribute even more to closing the gap if it works. And in this case, I would also, in this respect, I would also like to answer Angela that yes, I do not think that widening budget is enough to make really a significant change.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll just stop with the poll, I think. Let's see, we don't have it anymore. But the poll basically showed that from the audience perspective, one of the biggest issues is really the financing on a national level. For R&D, you can see 72% national investment in R&D was really critical. Business expenditure in R&D is 27%. The brain drain was an 18% issue, quality of education 16%, and years of accession to FP 15, and on and on. So these were the views from our audience members. I hope you enjoyed the panel discussion. I thought it was really lively and constructive. And so to close, I'd just like to thank the panelists for a really engaging opening to this session. Thank you very much. We'll have a coffee break now and resume at 11:45.
I'd like everyone to take their seats, please, so we can start with the next session. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Buiting. I work for the Netherlands Aerospace Center in Amsterdam. I'm responsible for the EU affairs at NLR, which is the abbreviation, and we are one of the leading European establishments, research establishments in aeronautics and space research. Thank you very much for sticking around for the next session. This plenary session will zoom into the experiences with the instruments that we already touched upon in previous session. Even though there are very little experiences so far, I think we can have a glimpse at the experiences so far available. This is meant for you guys to learn about these instruments, about the experiences so far, so please prepare your questions. There will be plenty of room and plenty of time for you to ask questions. Before we get to that, I want to briefly touch upon a paper that I wrote not too long ago for Research Europe, for which I did several interviews with people from the academic world. It was on the innovation divide. And one of the things that we touched upon in the paper was, why would someone from, let's say, the more advanced countries participate in a teaming or twinning proposal? Wouldn't you be creating another competitor? So why would you do such a thing? And of course, there were several answers to that. And one of the, in the interviews, 3 groups of answers basically came from it. One of them was, well, we'll do it for the funds. This is an argument heard very often, but I think that people that have experience in European programs is that this will not make you rich. So the question for funds and the motivation to do this for funds, I think, is not valid. Another argument that I heard several times was academic solidarity. We owe it to them. I think this is very noble. I think this doesn't really hold for very long in the competitive environment that we are in. Another argument that I heard several times, and this one I think is very, very important, is that you don't do it just for the others. You do it for yourself as well. It improves the quality of your own research. One of the things that I think was touched upon earlier as well was one of the causes mentioned several times for the innovation divide is that there are very little collaborations across the innovation divide. The Commission once showed a slide, and I can't exactly remember which context, which showed collaborations across the innovation divide in European projects, and there are just very little of it. And that's this is one of the main reasons we have the innovation divide. One of the people that I spoke to said, well, and this, I believe the gentleman was from the Czech Republic, he said, well, not too long ago I was taught to distrust my own neighbors, and now I'm expected to work together in a huge European project with someone from the other side of the continent. There's different cultures, there's different scientific cultures, and it's exposure to these contrasting ideas, these contrasting systems, and these contrasting scientific cultures that actually make your research better. So it's this argument, that the argument of breaking old boys' networks, which Robert John Smith mentioned, by exposing your research to different and contrasting ideas, that makes everyone's research a lot better. And this is one of the reasons why Karl Dietrich, and he mentioned this in the previous session, together with the Dutch Perm Rep here in Brussels, took the initiative to annually organize an event to actively connect to institutes, research institutes across the innovation divide. And this was also the motivation for NLR, my own organization, to engage in a teaming proposal. Well, since I wasn't at the lunch with the commissioner, you can all guess what happened to that proposal. We didn't exactly win, but I think it will be very interesting to see what happens next. For the next hour, we're going to dive into the experiences, as I mentioned, with the instrument by listening to people who have first-hand experience with twinning, ERA chairs, and teaming in the policy support facility as well. I would like everyone to ask questions through Slido. You have experience with that so far, so we'll be using that, and there will be plenty of time for questions, live questions from the audience. To start, I'd like to put a poll question on the screen. We'll get to this, we'll discuss and debate this question when we start the discussion with the panel. So please go to your cell phone or your mobile device and vote. And we'll look at the score when we start the discussion and use that to have our first debate. Now I'd like to introduce to you the keynote speaker of this session. Her name is Mary O'Connell. Is a molecular biologist at the Central European Institute of Technology, Maastricht University at Brno, and holder of an ERA chair. She graduated in 1981 from the University College Galway in Ireland, and she obtained a PhD degree from Albert Einstein College in New York. Her resume is much longer and very impressive, but one thing that that caught my particular interest is an initiative called the Global Education and Network Exchange Africa, or GENE Africa, established by Mrs. O'Connell. And this initiative supports higher education in African countries by offering excellent expertise to institutes and its students. So GENE Africa brings together African universities with those excellent experts, teachers, that can offer that which the university and the students need. To me, this sounds like Mrs. O'Connell really is a pioneer in exactly the very idea that the Spreading Excellence Avoiding Participation Instruments try to achieve. So please give a warm welcome to Mary O'Connell.
Oh boy, I'm a bit overwhelmed, to be honest. Thank you very much for a very flattering introduction. Since I have a few minutes and you brought up the subject of GENE Africa and it's something close to my heart, I'll just explain to you a little tiny bit about it. You might ask, why on earth did an Irish woman decide to start this organization? Maybe because I'm Irish, and one of my favorite quotes is from Seamus Heaney, and it said, "Walk on air against your better judgment." And I really love that quote, and it's actually on his tombstone. So what I did is, I was in between, I had some time before I began the ERA chair, and I thought, okay, instead of staying at home and doing some cleaning and cooking, why not go to Africa for a few weeks and teach? I mean, my kids weren't thrilled, and my husband, but I didn't tell them my idea. And I looked up the web, and I spent a week in my garden trying to find an organization where I could volunteer for 2 weeks to go teaching. And despite great promises in organizations like UNESCO, etc., there was no tool. And as I said, I just said, hell, let's start an organization, and I did. So it's like if it fails, it fails. But if we succeed, even a tiny amount, then we have done something. And I feel, and that was the idea. If I fail, at least I tried. So it was with this naivety we began it, and the whole idea is that experts go to Africa, teach for 2 weeks. The funding comes usually from their outreach program, so we don't need money. The universities, on the other hand, are very happy to get this expertise, and they're willing to host the people. And so it works with, I do the website myself, so I've been there and other people have been there. But can I just tell you briefly, what broke my heart this year is in Addis Ababa, they're starting a new institute for bioinformatics. I had somebody that was willing to go for 3 months volunteer, and we needed 10,000 euro. And I spent my entire summer trying to raise 10,000 euro, and I couldn't do it. I approached everyone, emails, people on trains, planes, I bugged them at meetings. I could not get 10,000 euro because all the funding is ring-fenced, right? You have to be white woman, black woman, age, certain group, or certain things. But 10,000 euro to change African education, not possible. And it broke my heart to tell this person, sorry, we can't fund you. So can I just tell you, these are the problems that are out there. And with a tiny bit of funding and goodwill, we can actually make huge changes. So sorry for that side address, but it's something I truly, truly believe in. And if you can come up with any suggestions, please, please email me. I'd love to hear from you. So anyway, that's the work I do on the weekends and at night, right? This is what I do during the day. Yeah, I'm a kind of busy woman. Anyway, so the whole widening pillars is, when I think of it, right? I'm the ERA chair. I'm embedded in Brno. I'm in CTEC, which is one of the best institutes there. I'm very lucky to have great collaborators like Marcus, who is a moderator of the first session. But when you think of the widening pillars, anytime I come here to Brussels, all of you think you're down here at the transforming ideas, right? You got the ideas. We just need to go up the hill, and we're there, right? We're really there. But quite frankly, guys, we're here. We're at the resistance. If you're there, you know this. And we haven't reached the chaos yet, because we will reach it, and then you will know it. Okay? So I think there's this huge divide between us, who are actually in the situation, and you, as policymakers, believing we're over here. So this is what I'm trying to get across to you today. There's a difference. So what is the ERA chair? Well, you embed somebody in an institute, and so it's relatively low cost and low risk, right? It doesn't cost a lot. What risk do you really have? However, it's high risk for the ERA chairs, right? You are going to another country. You are putting your whole career on the line. So it's pretty high risk. And your family may not be thrilled with the idea either. So, come on. You have to think of this from a human viewpoint. The whole policy is what I'm telling you. Okay? And also, to do this, you as policymakers have to support us, right? You have to support the ERA chairs. Because I've talked to many of the other ERA chairs, and there is a lot of disappointment. Because what they thought they were going to get and what they actually ended up getting was slightly different. This, of course, has to do with cultural difference, because you're two different cultures. So you have to support the people you send out there if you want the best to go out there. If you don't, they will not do it, right? So that is what I say. Also, I would say this is a full-time job. I know at the moment there's this idea, let's have somebody there maybe part of the time or something. But this cannot be achieved by working part-time, because you have to be in there fighting for the change. And you cannot do that if you've got a commitment somewhere else, right? No split commitments. And also, it's difficult and challenging, because if you're doing a good job and bringing change, people are not happy with you. So every time I hear a criticism of me, which might surprise you that people criticize me, every time I hear it, I know I'm doing something right? But it's difficult. So what I would suggest, instead of trying to decrease, we'll say, the commitment of the ERA chair, is to increase it. Instead of putting one, put two, right? It's much easier for two people to bring about change if there's a backup, right? I'm very, very lucky to have Marcus Tettenhofer with me here in CTEC, because there are two of us, right? Just not one. So any success I have, I can also be very grateful and thankful to Marcus for helping me. So I would suggest, think about having two, right? It's easier. So what do I think is lacking? This was mentioned previously, and I cannot reiterate, the lack of an experienced workforce. You have really good technicians, really good PhD students, and you have people that come back from abroad that are good as well. But in between, you've got postdocs that are completely lacking, right? You don't have this experience of people coming from the west to the east. You have them going from the east to the west. So what I suggest is what you need is a special postdoctoral funding program. And you need to make this really attractive. Not something that you spread like margarine as much as possible, but make it the creme de la creme. Something like, an ERC. Give them 3 years plus one. So for the final year, they can go back to their home country or stay. Most people will take it thinking, oh, the final year I'll go back. But that doesn't happen in science. When you do research, your research always takes longer, so you're always more committed to the place you are than someplace else. So people will stay, and if they're very good, then they'll go on and get ERC and other fellowships. So think of a special program. Marie Curie went from Poland to France. How about something like Marco Polo grants that go from, from the west to the east? A different name, but really high quality. This is what I suggest. Okay, but what I also would suggest, and this was brought up to this morning, is a how-to toolbox of best practices. You cannot criticize people for not having best practices if they don't know what the best practices is. And one of my colleagues in CETEC, Pavel Plaka, who's an ERC, said, I was really disappointed in the EU. He said, I thought they would tell us how to change, how to do things, right? Give us examples. But so people make mistakes because they don't know the best practice. So give them a simple toolbox. So I would say give them 10 commandments. And why do I say 10 commandments? Just give them, Moses went up the mountain. He only came down with 10 because it was written in stone, right? 20 would be too heavy. Distill it into something very simple, right? People are not going to read volumes. They will but give them 10 simple instructions. Distill it. Do you know the word of Mark Twain? When he said, I apologize for writing a long letter because I hadn't time to write a short one. And this is really important. Simple and to the point. So simple, to the point, and short. And so an example would be how to organize, we'll say, national scientific funding, right? And you would say, well, this is not really, why is this important? Well, I'm Irish, and I was part of the brain drain. And one of the main things that changed in Ireland was when they changed the national funding system. This is what made the difference in Ireland, believe me. And you'll say, well, any country can do this. Why don't they? Well, it's difficult to appreciate that in many of the EU 13 countries, they don't have an extensive civil service or people with experience. So people might have been in charge of chicken farming or forestry, and next day they find themselves in charge of funding. So of course the grant funding will not be perfect because they haven't experience. So what I'm suggesting, just help them, right? Don't criticize, help. So what I would say for national funding would be simple. How to pick a good review panel. Make sure there's no conflict of interest. Grants should be written in English. Why? Format should be similar to the EU. Then grants should be external reviewers, and grants committee should have a minimum of one external international reviewer. This is done in many countries in the EU15, not all, but in many. And this will make a difference because suddenly you've got the people, the merit will rise. Think of funding as something like an Olympic sport, right? You want the best. But if people don't know how to pick the best, you will not get the best. It's simple, but it's not, and people do not know how to do it. You could also have examples of how to pick good PhD students, how to interview them, how to interview good candidates for a position. Just simple rules is what I suggest. So what I recommend is do not impose this. These are suggestions. Please, 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 I do not impose anything. Don't write volumes of instructions. Nobody will read them. 10 commandments. Think of poor old Moses, right? And don't write in an obscure manner. Because I'm Irish. I think I speak English okay. And sometimes I cannot understand what is written, in some of these documents. Simple is the best. So there's one final thing before I finish, is what I say. Perhaps consider, maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe everything I'm saying is wrong. I'm Irish, I'm giving you my opinion, but it's my opinion. I live there, but it's still an opinion, right? So what I suggest, you policymakers spend 2 or 3 months in these countries, right? Go out there, see what's happening, spend your summer there. Because, you have to appreciate, and what the Commissioner said this morning, you have the best intentions, but there's sometimes a consequence that you don't appreciate, right? And listen to the concerns and suggestions of the local scientists. These are the people you're working for, but you have to to know what's wrong. You go there for one day and they will show you all their new equipment. You're there for 2 months and they'll tell you their problems. And there are problems, like for example, how many of you actually know that the price of reagents is so much higher in EU 13 countries than EU 15? It's huge. This is a huge problem to innovation, to industry, to research, right? It's huge, huge problem. And the money is going to the distributor, not to the company. And this should be tackled, but nobody knows because you're not there. Finally, thank you for your attention.
So I think the European Commission can now go on an internship to Eastern European countries. And if anyone has 10,000 euros lying around, let us know. So please welcome the panelists. Eva Majkova from the Institute of Physics of the Slovak Academy of Sciences, Marit Susi, who is Associate Professor of Human Rights Law at Tallinn University, and Karina Angelieva, who will be representing Bulgaria from the Perm Rep. As you will notice, there are some speakers were on the program who are not here. Matthias Rauch from Fraunhofer won't be joining us today, unfortunately, and Karina is replacing Anna Maria from Bulgaria. Okay, thank you very much for joining. You will each now have 4 to 5 minutes to introduce yourself, introduce the project that you're involved in, and if you have anything to say in response to the keynote from Mary, please do so.
Thank you very much. So I am, as it was told, I am from the Institute of Physics of the Slovak Academy of Sciences, and at the same time I am the Vice President of the Academy of Sciences for Research. So just the brief description of the structure. The Academy is the institution which consists of institutes, which are legal entities, and they are performing research. And the presidency, or the president and all the staff around, this is the top management, which is mostly organizing the key issue for the system to be as effective as it could be. And the research is done in the Institute of Physics. So when I will speak about the project, I will speak about the project which is related to the Institute of Physics, but not only, because for the project, we call it SIMEA, we join 5 institutes together. Not all the institute. We identified the top teams in each institute, top teams according to the, at least, European benchmarking. And then we starting to think what to do. So I would like to appreciate this teaming instrument. Mainly, or the most important is that we started to think what we could change, how we could change the system, and what is we knew and we know what is missing and what is not perfect in our research innovation ecosystem. But this was the inspiration just to start, not only to identify the mistakes but or some failures, but also to try to find a way how to change it and how to I would let it in some that we would like to approaching the ecosystem to that or to those which are in old European countries. So this is simple philosophy. And the project is concentrated on the material science basically, with some small interaction with the biomedicine. So it's in fact a rather multidisciplinary project. And we had the partners, or we have the partners, is a VTT research center and from Finland and the University of Helsinki of Finland. And could be the question, what was the reason for this combination? So we identify that we have 3 key issues or key goals. So the first one is to increase the excellence in the basic research. I have to tell that in Slovakia we have up to now only one researcher who received the ERC grant, is working in the Academy of Sciences. There are other Slovak over the world, but in Slovakia there is only one, and I think that this is just the mirror that something is not proper working in the system. So this was the first one, and the University of Helsinki is known as a ranking in the first maybe 50 or 100 first universities in the ranking. The second task was to improve the transfer of knowledge and all the contacts with the industry, because in Slovakia, due to the development after the revolution, now we have very strange situations that we have the industry and we have institutes, research institutes, but they are working on the laboratory scale. So it means our samples are small, we are doing all these typical activities which are typical for the laboratories. But this is not suitable position for the interaction with the industry, because they think in completely different scale. And this gap, there is no institution now which is covering this gap, so there is only one possibility that if we would like to have some contact with the industry, we have also extend our activity to cover this gap, and this also we are doing for particular projects. And the third group of problems concerns the training and education, all the flexibility in the manpower. So due to several reasons, but the institutes in my country, and I suspect that it's also in other East or Central European countries, that they are basically more petrified or less flexible than they should be. It means that there is no change of the people. If once somebody is like something like inbreeding system, that the student is doing PhD work, we can perform PhD study, then is working as a postdoc, finally as a researcher, and up to the retirement. This is not at all a proper scheme for the flexible development of bringing new ideas and so on. So, okay, so these are the basic ideas we had.
Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, I'm representing the twinning project called HURMUR, which means human rights, mutually raising excellence. And it is a rather ambitious project with two partners. From Denmark, the Danish Institute of Human Rights, and from Germany, the Walter Schücking Institute of Kiel University. But I guess we are here a bit to open the kitchen side of these widening projects. One thing is to ask, how could you explain to your grandmother in 4 minutes what you are doing? And I think our good colleague Dimitri Korpakis has implied that I should use an analogy with a book most of our grandmothers have read by Erich Maria Remarque. He has a wonderful novel where there is a situation when, during the war, a German soldier wants to impress his girlfriend. So he takes his girlfriend to the best restaurant in Berlin, but he is dressed as a soldier, so he has difficulties getting in because the head waiter doesn't want to let him in. When they finally get in, they sit behind the table, and the waiter, with a very rigid face, gives him the menu card. The soldier doesn't look into the menu card and says, "Bring us something which is not in the menu card." Then the waiter says, "But sir, only things we have are in this menu." And then the soldier says, "Please bring us a bottle of Johannisberg Kirchberger from Mum's wine cellar in 1932. The face of the head waiter changes, and he whispers into his ear, "And sir, we accidentally have some fresh oysters. Would you like these to be served? And the soldier says, certainly. Now the head waiter departs, and he is with a very content face, because he had thought it is a soldier who accidentally wants to enter the best restaurant in Berlin. But now he realized it is a professional who accidentally is a soldier. And when the girlfriend asks, how do you know this all? The soldier says, I knew nothing of it yesterday, but then I spoke to my friend who knows the stuff. And I think this is something which twinning is about. Now, a few other words about the kitchen side. When we started to write the project, we had some idea that perhaps the abstract is the only thing which the reviewers will read. I'm now convinced it's not the only thing. But we had long discussions with our partners how aggressive we should be there. And here we faced certain differences of opinion. We finally used the first sentence as, this project will decisively expand European research area into human rights. And the dilemma point was about this term, decisively, because our German and Danish colleagues thought we are going a bit too far. But then we finally used this. Now, there is one very peculiar aspect of this twinning call. It means the partners need to learn from one another. And you could ask, what can the partners from these high-performance countries really learn? But indeed, they do, and they can. And if I have a few minutes, one thing which they have learned, I believe, is the sense of thinking big and the sense of ambition. That you can do certain ambitious things together with partners from the countries you may have not been aware of. And two details which our partners have learned. Kiel University's Walter Schücking Institute has been issuing now for more than 50 years one of the best law journals in Europe, called the German Yearbook of International Law. When we started to look, because we also need to establish a journal, a yearbook under our program, we started to look, how is this German Yearbook of International Law, which is the best journal in Europe, is it cited? Is it in the Thomson Reuters database? It's not. And the German colleagues had even no idea that there is such a need to enter a well-known yearbook into this Thomson Reuters database. They learned it during the project, and I think they are on the route to get it established. The other thing was our Danish partners. We had, and we already have organized, a PhD seminar in Copenhagen. They had been trying to invite students from Scandinavian and Baltic countries to various PhD seminars before, all expenses paid, and they never had had enough applicants. Now, in this seminar, which we just accomplished last month, we had more than 3 times of applicants more than we had places. And we are asking, did we do something different? And the Danish colleagues are asking themselves, what have they done differently now, which they have not done previously? So indeed, there is a possibility to learn. And finally, given my time frame, I think what we all can learn from this, these widening calls, there is this phenomenon of class ceilings. But this works both ways. Glass ceiling also means that there is a glass floor for those institutions and countries which are considered to be above there. And I think the widening measure really demonstrates, not only to those who want to break through the glass ceiling, they also demonstrate to other countries that there is a possibility to understand that this glass floor is not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful story. My grandmother never told me this, but I'll talk to my mother about it. Karina, please, 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Tim. Just allow me to present myself, because in the very last moment I couldn't provide my CV, but I'm here not as a representative of the permanent representation, but in fact as a person that have 16 years of experience in the science management. So from that point of view, maybe this is the only stable thing in the research environment. But also I would like to share with you from Bulgarian approach, what does it mean, the policy support facility, but also to promote this instrument as Marie started in the beginning. In fact, it's a whole basket of instruments of this learning curve, and I think the PSF is a very important element in all these instruments already my colleagues touch upon. In fact, we were the first member state to ask for this policy support facility, and I have to share with you that this was a kind of a straw that we desperately needed in order to regain this trust again in the society. I think in the first session you talked about this. And in fact, it has been seen as an instrument for the policy makers. We needed to answer these challenging questions from your presentation, Marie. That's why we asked at first hand for the policy support facility, but in fact, now in the end of the process, in fact 1 year already after we start the PSF, I could say that it was much more for building trust and open the different institutions within the country, but also to the other member states, and even I could say to the world itself. Because to engage in PSF, one should know that it's not, how to say, a ready tool. You know, you hop on something, you ask Commission for the support, you receive a fantastic independent team of peer reviewers, but in fact one should be careful what to ask for. So our country met so many challenges that we asked for the whole review of the research system, but with the reviewers themselves we went through a learning process, and we both understood that the specificities of the country, the socio-economic environment, and also the cultural mentality, I also should add, is different. And at the end we establish a much long-term process in which still we are still going on. And it's very important to tell you something, that it has been seen as a political instrument for the politicians, for the ministers of research to show his colleagues, her colleagues in the Ministry of Finance, to the President, to the Council of Ministers, how important is the investments in research, the investments in talents, in infrastructure. But in these times of political instability, in fact, it happened to be that this policy support facility gave a fantastic instrument in the hands of the administration, in the people involved in changes, but also in the hands of the researchers now, constantly to remind the next politicians why the focus on research in our country is important. Another thing that I would like to touch upon is the independency and the high quality of this panel peer review. It is very important, but who engage to this support should be very brave, because it is independent, it's open, and it is very visible and transparent. I must say that this is one of the most transparent instruments that show to all member states what is really the situation, and it's an open model to receive much more support. And believe me, it really re-established, I must say, our partnership within the European Union and with the associated countries. It's also very important, something that in the beginning of the PSF, as I said, we were something like a pilot case, was not very much seen both from our side and from the Commission and from the panel review. But we all agree that it's very important to involve different stakeholders in the process. I think we heard already this, that the era is not only for the policymakers and the administrations, it's also for the research stakeholders themselves. And in fact, it's very difficult in countries where a little bit the trust among the government and researchers is lost to keep the spirit, the inspiration among the stakeholders to involve in changes, but somehow the PSF is helping us now. And of course there is much more to add, but we can touch upon during the session.
Thank you very much. Mary, we already know you, so if you have anything to add, please do. And I have one question for you. You mentioned that ERA chair it's high risk for the ERA chair holder. Mm-hmm. So why did you do it?
Well, actually, I did it, and I'm very happy with that question. I did it because the offer was very, very attractive. I mean, at the moment, you all probably are very aware that funding situation is really tough in the UK. And the offer was made by the ERA chair, and I'm very grateful to Maastricht University because they also made a very attractive offer as well. So the whole package was, it was, of course, I mean, I'd be stupid not to accept it. It was fantastic, and I'm very, very happy. I mean, but of course then there's other risks, because when I joined the MRC, the next day I went into the lab and I began pipetting. I joined, when I began at SETEC, despite everybody's good intention, it took a year for my lab to be set up. 1 whole year, right? And so this is a challenge that I was completely unaware of until I went there. And that's why I'm saying you really have to go and see what the problems are on the ground. And there's various reasons. And it was, I mean, everybody had good intention, right? But one thing I would like to just briefly say is, all of you are always constantly talking about mobility, 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 mobility. And everybody's focusing on young people, which is right, that they should move around. And then when you want the experts, you're then looking at this age group between like late 20s, early 30s, right? Young group leaders. And it's impossible to get these guys to move. Why? Because they have families and children, and they're not going to move because they would have to go into a different educational system, and their wives or husbands would absolutely kill them. It's impossible. So let's be realistic. So, I mean, I look at my friends and that in the UK at my age, and these people, I mean, I am far more fulfilled and happier in my position as ERA chair than they are. So can you think of mobility? Think of just this older group, right? They're not at the end of their careers, but they're getting there. They're in a department, they don't like the head, they've fought for them for 20 years, it's not going to get better. The funding situation isn't great. And these people are really willing to move. Their kids are now at university, the kids don't care where they live, right? I mean, it's a huge, you've got this workforce that nobody is using. And there's so many people I know that would really, I mean, they envy my position. They truly, truly do, particularly actually in the UK, because the funding has got so bad that people have to close their doors. They cannot do research. So use the people that are out there, but just think of the demographics. Just don't focus on one set. Look at the whole entire span. Just think about it, is what I'm suggesting, okay?
Thank you very much. So I think we should now change the target group for ERA chairs to those who are very, very unhappy with their bosses. Yeah. Maybe Robert Jan, that's a good tip for the next call. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your introductory remarks. I'd like to now have the poll question on the screen again. Only 52 people voted, so that's not all of you. Please vote. Go to slido.com or slide.do. Both should work, and vote. Is it working? One more. So before we dive into this, I'd like to ask the panelists to respond to the question. To what extent are the current instruments fit for purpose? Mary, I'd like to start with you.
I think the air. Okay, you want me to talk about the area chair? Is it or?
Yes.
Okay, I think the area chair is very good. But the packages that have been offered by the area chair has varied from country to country, and I think are from university to university, and that has caused slight problems. Like I got a very attractive package, but I talked to other people from other area chairs, and they weren't as attractive. And then the people in the universities were wondering how come it was so hard to attract people. Well, just look at the entire package, right? So if you have a very good package, you will get somebody very good, whereas if you don't, you won't. So I think the air chair is good. It needs a bit of tweaking. I would suggest put 2 in there instead of 1. You know, it's not going to cost twice as much, but it will help 2 people together, can bring, you know, will be synergistic. 1 person, even the goodwill of the institute, you know, there can be 99 people in the institute wanting change. But if you got 1 little old lady in some office over there, you know, that doesn't want it, it can be really disheartening, trying to bring that change around. So with 2 people, at least you've got this synergy, and I think this would help it a lot. So I think the area chair is good, but just a little tweaking.
So 7?
I would give the area chair like 8 or 9. I mean, you're in there, you're trying to bring change. People, you know, people are not happy with you, but at least if you can see the little green shoots. No, I think you need people on the ground. It's like, you know, it's like in an army. You need ground troops, right? So I think it's a good policy. I give it a 9, actually.
Eva, from the teaming perspective?
So for the teaming perspective, basically, we can just make extrapolation what is written, but I think that the instruments is okay, because this is also really a necessity to put some also funding to the changes which are necessary, and we will see how it will be developed, because I have to tell that contrary to the standard scientific projects, here the expectations are much less scientifically grounded as we are using. So there are a lot of free parameters and nobody knows how it will be developed.
Mart, twinning perspective?
Well, if we start from the goal or the idea which people have when they write these projects, I think we could distinguish between, from one side there is the institutional, the national, and also perhaps the European or even global purpose. I think institutionally the twinning call has been quite successful. For example, in Estonia we received 6 twinning projects, and I think within all institutions in Estonia which have received this twinning project, it is important institutionally because it demonstrates to the colleagues that funding from Horizon 2020 is not only something which is abstract, which is far away. You have heard stories that some people get support for their projects, but it somehow materializes. It is realistic, it is there. You can see the colleagues who have participated in the project writing and have been able to receive the grants. So institutionally, it certainly has, in my view, achieved the purpose. Then second, from the national perspective, when I mentioned earlier that there are these glass ceilings and glass walls, within every country I'm sure that there are also indeed these glass walls, and there are certain prejudices and ideas. And we have sometimes asked the question, would our project, Hurmur project, would it have received funding from national calls? And I'm not sure. I think that perhaps not. And from that perspective, it is very critical that scientists and scholars have the possibility to get out from the national situation, from the national system, so that they are not only evaluated by their peers internally, who already know who should get the funding and who should not before you submit the application, but you really are on the competitive basis. And finally, from the European or global perspective, one of the ideas behind twinning is to enable researchers and scholars from these less well-performing countries to enter into networks of peers. And perhaps the politically not cool term is this old boys network. So we all know these exist. And from that perspective, my own experience is that it has been right to the target, because we have initiated several research initiatives. One of them is to investigate and research this matter of new human rights. We all know that there are so many of them, what it really means. And we have been able to put together a network of scholars, not only in Europe, but also globally, consisting of about 40 researchers and experts. And the names, if you were to be a human rights scholar, you would not need an explanation who these people are. But our experience has had that out of the invitations which we sent out, only one person refused, just one. But these are people who get invitations all the time. So in some way, we are contemplating whether it is because we were able to say that we are inviting you into the project, which is a EU Horizon 2020 project, or whether it is because of the content and the goal of the project. But nevertheless, perhaps it even doesn't matter. Which matters is that we have been able to enter into various already existing networks and also create and establish new ones. So I would rank the impact of twinning between 9 and 10. And why not fully 10 is the question, as one of my colleagues said. Now you have the twinning project, but it will run out in 3 years, and what will you do then? So the question of hesitancy to rank it to 10 is that we need to see and make certain that there is a continuation.
Thank you very much. Looking at the screen, that's a 5.6 if you round it off. In the Netherlands, that will be a pass. So I think we're okay here. Thank you very much. I have a lot of questions, but I think it's more relevant to see what you all have to ask. This is about you learning from the experiences. So I'd like to open the floor to questions. I think there will be microphones. Yeah, there are. Please, who has a question? Gentleman up front. Please state your name, your affiliation, and end with a question mark, please.
Thank you. Eduardo Alnada from the Portuguese Science Foundation. I'd like to ask Mary, first of all, congratulations on the presentation. All presentations are excellent. There is a proposed change to go from one full-time area chair to one half-time area chair rather than two, as you proposed. Can you comment on that? What do you think? Because it goes really against your ideas. So can you comment on the possible success of that?
I would highly recommend not to go to a part-time area chair. It's just not possible, right? Because if you split your commitment, and you will always end up doing the easier job. And it is difficult to bring change, and you're not popular. And some days you don't mind you're not popular, but some days it kind of hurts not to be popular, right? And if you've got another job in another country and you can go back to that and everybody loves you, well, what are you going to do, right? So I think you really have to be there, and you have to be embedded, and you have to be completely committed. Because, and you have to solve the problems. And you cannot solve the problems unless you really, really have to, right? You have to, and I would highly not recommend it. I would go the other way, right? If you want something to happen, it has to be synergistic. I'm very, very grateful to have Marcus there. I mean, he's not an area chair, but I mean, he's a CEO of Staytech. We come from, the west to east, so we have similar backgrounds. We're both in Boston. He was in Harvard, and I was at MIT, the much better college. But I mean, we have a lot in common, and we can, and it helps. It really, really helps me. And I think if the area chairs had something similar, it would help them. If you cut it down, it's not going to work. You know, it's just not. It's too difficult. You have to make, you know, things don't work. I mean, for example, I spent a year arguing to get a monitor of the events of the week, right, to be put up. It took me a year arguing, right? I finally got it done. I wanted to have a bottle of champagne underneath, but I thought they wouldn't be happy with me. But because one person did not want it. You know, it's not that everybody, but one.
Thank you very much. One question that I saw on Slido was about the involvement of SMEs, involvement of businesses in the instruments and in your particular projects. Mark, could you say something about that?
Well, Tim, this question is right to the target, because you may or may not know that nowadays businesses have a huge responsibility to safeguard human rights, both nationally but also internationally, because there are several research groups which evaluate how European businesses are doing abroad and whether they are really upholding human rights standards. So our experience in cooperating with businesses first, when we told and approached certain businesses saying that we will now have a lecture and seminar on the responsibility of businesses in the context of human rights obligations, most of them said, what is this? That human rights is something very distant from the businesses. But then when we finally had the seminar and were able to invite businesses, it opened eyes to them. I'm not saying that they will now approach our center to ask to monitor their operations overseas, but at least we have found the initial reaction of businesses to what we are doing rather positive. It is still on the intellectual level. It hasn't materialized to any realistic cooperation, but still there are years ahead for that.
Karina, to what extent does the policy support facility in Bulgaria also address investments or system issues on the industry side?
Yes, thank you for the question. In fact, the business support the policy support facility a lot. They participate a lot, and in fact, at the moment, it's much more quality, this partnership with the business who desperately need for human resources. So in a way, they liked very much this international evaluation, and moreover, the business understood that what we are proposing as a measures, and that it's important to bring this public-private partnership and to bring the leverage of the investments. The business understood that this is not only a problem and, how to say, not a problem, a challenge for Bulgaria. In fact, from the international panel, we exchange different views, and we understood that also in different regions, from Germany to Poland to Austria, also they're meeting this type of challenges. So, in fact, I must say that as I started in the beginning, it's still the business is asking, and the business is publishing the policy support facility, and they're also holding it to their hand to remind the political circles that this is something that it's there, because it's very flexible too. In fact, one can see in it, depending on the stakeholders, really a notion for a change, and also some kind of a stable factor, because as I said, it's very transparent. So it's I think very well appreciated from the business, and it helped.
Thank you very much. Question from the audience. Anyone? I see a gentleman over there in the back. Do we have a microphone? Oh, okay.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Emmanuel Pascoviel from the French Ministry of Research. I will speak more with my hat of member of the Executive Board of COST, which is also included in the widening pillar, because, well, the President has always said something earlier, so I think other people might also have a word on that. Just to say that well, there will be a question also. I want to echo a question about why cost wasn't presented here, but anyway, I think the networking is really important. Although widening pillar is not the only objective of cost, we are working on it, and we are, I think, much delivering on this issue, as we are almost spending 50% of the budget on this widening target, which is huge. But I was wondering if maybe now the current issue was maybe not at the level of the cost program, but maybe at the level of countries themselves that need to better take profit of the cost program. I mean, especially some countries that may take much more profit on how to connect their national scientists to European networks. And I was maybe specifically targeted Madame Maikova, indeed, to ask her how she can see how to better connect the scientists in some countries to the European networks, because there are many opportunities, but I have the feeling that in some countries they need to do more, and to identify the relevant scientists to put them in the networks and not always the people that are already there. Thank you.
So concerning the other instruments than the ERA-chair teaming and twinning, really the cost I personally understand as a basic instrument for the networking. It started very soon after the changes, and still for us from the academy is I would tell the most important instrument for the networking, because this is the first step. You enter into the community and you have approach to all the results, and you have contacts with other laboratories and so on. So this is definitely very important instruments, and I also would suggest that this should be supported also for the future. And for the question what we are doing more for such a networking, so I would tell that, for instance, the ERANET programs, this is another type of instruments which is supporting the networking very much. In Slovakia, we have a little bit of strange situations that ERANET is only the Slovak Academy of Sciences, but this is a really very, very effective instrument, and it's, I would tell, maybe the second step starting from the cost, because at least in our country, in the cost scheme, you have a lot of contacts, but very few money. But going to the ERANETs, the support is better, so it's more targeted to some research results and so on. And maybe these are two most important instruments. Then, of course, Horizon Scheme and Marie Curie programs and so on. These are the next step. If is the question if what we could do better, I would tell everything we could do better. For us is maybe the main issue that there is not enough money in the system, in the country. So academy has its own chapter in the state budget, so we are relatively independent. But finally, we have to decide if we will support the networking or something else. So at present, still we believe that the networking is very important, so we don't cut these expenses, and we, in the opposite, we increase it, and we also try to extend our contacts not only with EU, where there are several instruments, but also with the countries outside EU where such instruments do not exist. So this is the present situation. But I think that the main limitation is the money in this case. The schemes are very open, and we appreciate them very much.
Thank you very much, and also thank you very much for the Cost Association to present themselves as well. There was a question in the back, gentleman in the back, over there.
Good morning, it's Rolf Vermeij from the University of Twente in the Netherlands. we heard Mary talking about the situation you have and that you're, well, an agent of change in your institution, and it's hard to fight, you know, a majority of people who are not used to that. I'm just wondering, how can we somehow make that easier, this change? So should that be, for example, mandatory that if an institution receives an ERA chair, they have to sign up to or commit to a certain networking of also the supporting personnel that you rely on to make sure that there's something happening there? On the Slido, you see a suggestion that there maybe should be a mobility scheme for public servants and officials. Not my suggestion, but could very well work. But how do we make sure that the support that you need is professionalized or faster than, and you are basically helped in setting up what you like to set up? And I'm not only talking about the people like research management, I'm also talking about, for example, the innovation type of, or the valorization type of things. How do we make sure that that is also like developed faster in supporting ERA chairs, for example?
Thank you very much for the question. I mean, what I can say is when I accepted this job, and what my imagination of the job would be like and what it actually turned out to be was completely different. You know, I'd lived in many different countries. I mean, the Czech Republic is my fifth, so I mean, and I'm not including Ireland. So I've lived in many different places. And I mean, a lot of the things in the States and in Switzerland and the UK, a lot of the systems were very, very similar. So I thought, you know, so you go to Czech Republic and to CTEC, which is a very modern institute, and it would be easy to take the best practice. But people, you know, people are used to doing it their own way, and it's trying to convince people of this best practice. And that's what I'm suggesting is people are, you know, you have to appreciate that people are, there's a lot of insecurity there, right? You know, and I don't think we really appreciate that until you go there and you actually live and work there. That's what I'm saying. There are problems that it's hard, you know, you have to get a feeling. You cannot go and visit for one day. They will show you, if you go anywhere, everybody will show you their best equipment, their new machines and everything. Stay there 1 or 2 months and then you get the feeling of the problems. And the problems are surmountable. Like, you know, things will change. But I think one easy way would be, you know, this kind of toolbox. Just that if somebody wants to change, what is the best practice, right? That they can go on the computer, you know, the EU Commission or whatever, look down, toolbox, and click on it. How to interview the best, or how to get the best PhD students. You know, this practice is coming in many countries, like in the UK and America. It's very, very similar. It is not done in other countries. It's not people don't want to do it. They don't know how to do it, right? You just have to give them what the gold standard is. But do not impose anything. Absolutely do not impose it. If the gold standard is there, and if they're having problems, you can then suggest, look at this. This is the gold standard, and they will adopt it. You know, people are good, but they're a bit insecure and they're worried, like, if I make this change, how will it affect my career or blah, blah, blah. But they would be more confident in making the change if they say, I want to make this change because this is the gold standard, right? And they will do it if you suggest 10 things how to change. If you write 10 pages, they won't do it, right? Short and sweet and to the point. You know, people are too busy now. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much. It was short, sweet, and to the point. One thing that we haven't touched upon yet, which is, I think, a major point, especially in the teaming proposals and teaming projects, is the involvement of regions and the structural funds. Eva, perhaps you can say a little bit about how regions were involved in the preparatory phase of your teaming proposal. And as a second question, this is touched upon what Robert John Smith said earlier. How did your teaming proposal shape the diffusion of productivity and the impact in the region that it's supposed to have?
Okay. So I would like to tell that we have maybe big eyes, and we suggested the project which should change the system, the ecosystem for research and innovation in the country. So this is the final aim. So it was not, I am from region Bratislava, Slovakia, from the point of the structural fund is divided to two regions. One is the Bratislava and the other is the rest of the country. Of course, officially the project is concentrated in Bratislava region because there are our institutes and also the Center of Excellence was suggested there. But the impact of this project should be really for the whole country because we had the idea that it's really difficult to change mind of the people, also to rapidly change the tradition. This is not easy task, but we make some analysis what are the problems of the system, and we are sure that the best way is simply not to change the existing institutes because you just violate a little bit the system, maybe not in the best way, but the best solution would be to establish a new institute. This is the right of the academy according to our act, to establish a new institute with new rules, with new conditions, with utilizing all the best knowledge and best practice which is known. Also, independent on Mary, we already considered that we will also invite this, scientists of, not postdoc, but a little bit elder scientists. They simply would be ready to come and to spend the time. Also, in a little bit strange system because. I spent some years in Germany and France, so the system in Slovakia is still a little bit different from these well-developed systems, and people usually, and this is not the system for the research, but this is the environment for everyday life, which is different, and therefore it's difficult to ask people from foreign countries to come when they are in the age when the children are at school and so on. So in this case, we wanted to create like a pilot project institution which should be as a best example that it's possible also in our country and that will bring benefit not only to the excellence of research, what is our main aim, but also to the industry, because we discuss with the industry and they have also are expecting that we will bring some changes because the system is simply not working properly, and this is not only the question of the low amount of funding, but this is the question that the interaction of the system is not well established. It simply, even if you would give too much money there, the effect will be not as high as it should be. So this was our aim, and therefore we were not concentrated on the region, but for the whole country.
It's quite ambitious. So before we come to a close, I'd like to open the floor for one or two more questions, please.
I would like to share more experience regarding this change in the setting of the places, which I think is really the main bottleneck. And I understand completely well Mary's points of view. I just would like to share with you one experience. I came yesterday from Žilina in the Slovak Republic, and we have there a huge conference. 25 nationalities just around one theme, which is intelligent transport. Just for your knowledge, Žilina has a technical university which is completely devoted for transport and ICT. This is the only thing they do. So they have quite a lot of also SMEs and local business. And I want to raise this point because I think one way also to bring change and to support their chairs in their aim to change is to allow this type of things. This conference has made milestones. I was able to talk to the rector, so you can keep going and reinforce the message. And also the idea that you bring in so many people for 2-3 days to discuss in all ways. I think it will open up also within the university We have invited the mayor, the self-organizing authorities of the region, so you are able to bring in a lot of policy makers, which at the end they are responsible to make the change. So I would suggest to reinforce ERA chairs particularly, because as you said, those are troops on the front floor. With all these kind of initiatives, and certainly COS was happy to support this ERA chair in Žilina.
Thank you very much for your statement. Is there another question? No more questions from the room. Then I would like to ask the panelists to maybe touch, as a conclusion, briefly on recommendations that you have, either for the Commission or to those who are considering writing a proposal for one of the next calls in widening participation. Mart, can we start with you?
Thank you, Tim. Well, recommendations. I'm not sure to what extent are the leaderships of these universities which have received the twinning or the ERA chairs or now will be receiving the teaming proposal, to what extent they are engaged in the actual kitchen side of these projects. But it would seem almost inevitable that that the champions of these projects are not only these colleagues who are dealing with them on a daily basis, but there will be a possibility to secure the constant support of the university's leadership. So perhaps, and maybe it is already done, but perhaps one thing that could be considered is to find ways how to make certain that also the leadership of those universities who now are receiving the projects on the widening are also engaged, both in the Brussels level, in the domestic level, and so forth. Now, for a recommendation perhaps for those who are contemplating in the future, I have always asked the question, would we have been able to start doing the things, or would we be able to accomplish the things which we are doing on the twinning without twinning? And I'm not sure about the reply. I'm inclined to say maybe we would be able to do that, but certainly what is true is that twinning is accelerating it. It helps us to achieve certain goals quicker. And the start is always a magnificent idea. You cannot write a proposal if you don't know what you want to do.
Thank you very much. Eva?
So, I cannot forecast what happens, of course, but I would tell that we will be definitely active also in twinning and ERA chair, because I suppose it is very beneficial for the system. And for all the projects, including also any project where the structural funds are incorporated, the basic question is the sustainability, because we should create the conditions that we would be able to cover all the expenses finally out when the structural funds will finish. This is not so easy to do, so we all are preparing for this, but it's still some game, because you have to also take some risk. Otherwise, you would not install new laboratories, engage new people, write ERA chair and teaming, twinning projects. But the question is still open, and I am sure that this should be discussed, I will tell, on the way. So maybe in the 2 years period, the evolution of the system in the whole Europe should be evaluated, and some measures could be taken.
Thank you very much. Carina, the policy support facility is obviously a bit different than the other instruments. Perhaps you can say a few words on, in about 10 years, the major things that will have changed in Bulgaria as a result of the policy support facility recommendations.
Thank you, Tim, for the question, but I can't avoid the European scale. I mean, I'm quite European, so I prefer to talk on European level and what are our challenges. But for sure, the teaming, twinning, and all these facilities really will help to disrupt the current situation. But it's one thing is clear, and this helped the policy support facility that without good, adequate framework conditions, the teaming and all these partnerships won't develop. But what is worrying me, and this have to be seen in a prospect for the next years, is that while we are trying to build this excellence and capacity, everybody are referring to sport as examples. But as if you imagine that we are on a summer camp to become excellent, meantime, everybody are competing in an international contest. So I'm very concerned that while we were trying to ameliorate the system, to become better in these different parts and different small regions of the overall European continent, we are missing the big picture. That's why I would call for more inclusiveness of all the regions, all the member states and the associated countries in this building partnership, collaboration, and excellence. And the policy support facility for sure has its very good place in the future, but we should talk not as something very special for the low-performing countries or to help underdeveloped countries. It should address pertinent questions of interest for all the member states, like responsible research innovations, like disruptive via market research innovations, because only like this we could build again the trust within Europe, because you see what's happening. We know much more about what's going on in the States, what's going on in China, but we a little bit don't know each other. So for sure there is a place and ground, very good ground for these instruments, but one should see them more into, as I said, in the prospect of inclusiveness of Europe and building it, bringing back the competitiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary, you already provided us with quite a list of recommendations, mainly directed towards policymakers. Is there anything you'd like to say to those who are considering either becoming an ERA chair holder or hosting one?
Okay, can I just, one other thing about,
sure, please.
One thing I would recommend to support with, say, ERA chairs at any of these widenings is to actually bring the rectors of the universities that get them here. Bring the rectors. Because what happens is, you know, you have to appreciate that a lot of these people live in a little bubble and, you know, and they have to deal with the local politics. And you don't believe this, but you are like in a different planet to them, right? So you bring them here, you make a fuss about them, and tell them how important it is. So I highly, highly recommend. It won't cost a lot of money, but you would then start getting ground support. Bring the rectors here. Please do that. That's my final suggestion. And as for... but you're an exception. How many other rectors? We got one, two. Two rectors, yes. But you're enlightened. You know Brussels exists, right? And the other thing is I would recommend is, I mean, for the ERA chairs, if you want to write one, just think about it. Do you really want the change, right? I mean, I talked to some of the ERA chairs from the first round, and they're in places that they want the money, but they don't want the change, right? They want the money from the EU. So think, do you really want it? It's a marriage, right? And you know, there's good and bad. So just don't think of the money, think about the consequence, okay?
Thank you all very much. I'm sure that all the panelists will be around during the break. If you have any other questions, don't flock to them all together. Summarizing, I think you touched upon an important issue, saying that it's a system project, and the project should address also the systemic issues. And it all starts with great ideas, And I think we have a new exchange program. We bring the rectors here and we send the commission over.
Yes, exactly.
I think perhaps we can use Erasmus Plus for that.
It's mobility.
Please thank the panelists for their great contributions. Okay. That's it. Thank you very much. No, thank you. Thank you very much.